everyone! Welcome, welcome. Alrighty. So, minor spoilers on this title screen, though really, really good music, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'll just go straight to the change save slot screen. So, what the heck is this? This is Tactical Breach Wizards, and it is one of the best strategy puzzle games I have ever played. Not just in terms of the puzzles themselves, but in terms of storytelling. Oh my god, this game is so good. Ah! What the heck? So, I'm not going to try to explain this at all. We're just going to get right into it, and we're going to see what all the fuss is about. I'm going to be using free slot number 3. Default difficulty, and the Jodasa Strait a few years ago. So, yeah, I mean, you can see it. The premise is already top tier. That guy has what looks like an assault rifle, but there's a crystal staff sticking out of it. Anyway. Wiztac, this is Mage Actual. We're in position, Suppression Hex is online. Drama Control Charms up, Breach Glyphs are hot. Alright, Zan, what's Foresight telling you? I'm seeing 3 Sprig Acolytes, software silenced Mac 10s. Want me to leave you one?
Hi.
Hi.
I got it working.
Hey.
Instead of copying the search bar, I just had to click the clipboard icon.
Nice. Alright. Let's see, where was I? I'm glad you managed to do that, Aurora.
Mm-hmm.
And hello, welcome to the stream. Don't you have to play a game with your brother, though?
He has not messaged me yet, so not yet.
Fair enough. Let's see. If you're gonna get cocky, I'm not coming to your funeral. If I ever get cocky enough to die, I'll have the decency to get you killed, too. Appreciate it. Alright, let's do this. Left you an easy one, Zan. Wow, patronizing. Okay. So, got our basic controls. This game is controlled almost entirely with the mouse. And it works a lot like, if you've ever played, like, XCOM, there's a number of similarities. You select with the left mouse, and issue an order to do something with the right mouse, change controls with escape. Of note, there is an event log showing you what happened in what order. This is very important. So, Zan breached, Liv Kennedy cast Execute on Mafia Sprig Whiteblood. Mafia Sprig Whiteblood took 10 damage and passed out. Mafia Sprig Whiteblood took 2 knockback, hit something with 2 knockback left. Liv Kennedy cast Execute on Mafia Sprig Cirkini. 10 damage, passed out, 2 knockback, hit something with 1 left. Liv Kennedy took cover. So this basically tells us everything... I said that. Bleh. So, we currently have control of Zan Vesker. Zan can see 1 second into the future, foreseeing how any decision will play out. His abilities revolve around time and supporting his team. He's got 1 mana at the moment, you always start with 1, needed for the most powerful spells. gained by collecting intel on default difficulty, sealing doors and completing objectives. And he's got 4 health. He has 1 action and a move on his turn. So each turn you get 1 move and 1 action, and you always start with 1 mana, but you don't regenerate it each turn. So, he's got his move, which we're not going to use just yet. Select your 3-bolt burst ability, then issue order on the enemy to shoot them. 3-bolt burst does 1 damage, fire a burst of 3 arcane bolts, and does 1 knockback, pushes the unit this many squares. If they hit a wall, remaining knockback is taken as damage. Knockback damage ignores armor. But there's a funny little thing. He's standing next to a window. If you knock someone back into a window, that happens. Get used to that, because we're going to be doing it a lot. Now that he's no longer standing in the space, we can move to the objective and use the laptop to gain 1 mana and open the door. In theory, we move our characters here to complete the objective, but realistically, if the done button is flashing green, that means that you're done. You've completed all the objectives and can immediately move on. What are we doing here, Liv? They've got us raiding a Druid Mafia smuggling ship. How is this a military op? You know I don't ask those kinds of questions, Zan. And you know I sleep better than you. You don't care who we're extracting? Young adult male, what do you want, his dating profile? You can ask him if he likes long walks on the beach after we stop the shrub mob flaying him with a barrel cactus. You're good with using force in Medelan waters? Go in quick and clean like I taught you and they'll never know what hit him. I feel like that didn't address the substance of my question, but I guess that's not the time. I guess we're not finding out in the corridor. Right, so what's behind door number 2? I see 4 hostiles, more sprigs and an elder shrub lord. You good for 3? I'm good for 4, but I'll let you feel useful. That was only 2! I'm letting you blossom. Alrighty, so this is a slightly more complicated, setup. So we move to the laptop. If we were to take cover, this guy, Cassini here, would no longer be able to hit us, but Smila just has a bead on us. So obviously, we throw this guy out the window because he's standing in front of it. Use the laptop, take cover, and now he can't shoot us because Liv and Zan are both in cover. Now, next turn, nothing happened because he didn't have a shot on us. We did 1 damage with the actual damage of 3-bolt burst, and then the 1 knockback knocked him into the wall since he had nowhere to go, which dealt the remaining knockback as damage. He had 2 health, so there you go. Alright, what's next? 2 sprigs and a great oak in a ghillie suit. The great oak is wearing a ghillie suit? It is, yeah. Isn't it already a tree? It is, yeah. Let's get in there and kill it. Breach. Right. Use the laptop. Throw this guy out the window. Alright, and now we get... This guide is only shown on this level. Drink in that sweet tutorialization while you can. So, there's 3 phases to each turn. The action phase, your team moves and shoots, and you can freely use this rewind button to undo your actions. Copper Dinosaur, this game is so dumb, but it's the good kind of dumb. Yeah, no, it's perfect. a lot of people I've noticed on Steam are like like to complain about the dialogue, and I think they're just like a little bit brain poisoned by like Marvel movies and such. That thinking that everything is quips. There's nothing wrong with quips, Quips are only a problem when they get in the way of the storytelling, and that does not happen in this game. Plus, the characters are genuinely quite funny. Especially since Marvel quips tend to be, in the lines of, I'm so cool, I'm better than everyone. Whereas, there's a lot more self-deprecation here, which is pretty inherently funny from characters that are objectively way more powerful than us mere mortals. But yes, so 3 phases. It's a very stupid premise, it makes sense to have fun with it. Yeah, I'm gonna talk, in a minute, when we get a better look at the characters again, about one of the things I love about this premise in terms of art design. So, in the action phase, you're not actually, in this game, most of what you are doing is not actually happening when you do it. See, Zan is able to use this whole foresight thing to see what's about to happen. So all of your actions are basically a possibility, which is why you can freely rewind right up until you end the turn. So, during the action phase, your team moves and shoots. That's the plan. Then you do the foresee phase to see that, like, what the enemies plan to do in the next second. Which, that's Zan's power, is seeing what's happening in the next second. You can't take actions after the foresee phase, but you can still rewind. And when you're happy with everything, you end your turn. Enemies move and make new plans, but don't attack. So enemies attack in the foresee phase, move during the enemy turn. And once you've ended the turn, you can no longer rewind, and if you want to go back, you have to restart the whole level. So, in that case, alrighty. So let's see what would happen if we just attacked this Shrub Lord normally. Can't take him. Can you dodge this? You're the one with foresight, you tell me! Unfortunately, his attack has a little bit of knockback, which is going to push Liv out the window because she's standing in front of it. I think people get too deep into video essays and try to apply smart-sounding points to places where they don't apply. Yeah. Alright. Back to the beginning of turn. Instead of shooting this guy, we're going to move here and take the hit ourselves. Alright, I'll take the hit, but you owe me a mending vial after this. Let's see. Shoot him a little bit. We take 2 damage, and Liv shoots the guy, which is better than Liv getting knocked out the window. Okay, so here's where I'm going to talk about the art design of this game. It's amazing. The thing about it is that it marries 2 aesthetics that work really surprisingly well together. Obviously, one of them is high fantasy aesthetic. Like, there's crystals everywhere on Zan's, like, on the staff, Zan's gun, his hat. Liv has that, like, whole arcane trickster rogue thing going on. She's got, like, a spellbook on her hip, she's got a bunch of crystals, she's got that really, like, impractical-looking dagger. See, Aurora? And, but on the other hand, this is pure tactical. Tactical, for those who don't know, is an aesthetic based on, like, the lionization of military equipment, and people who think that, like, someone decked out in tons of guns and grenades and all that bullshit is just really, really, really cool. You can see it, like, how not just the weapons that they're using, But also things like, oh, Liv has a dagger and a bunch of just crystals of unclear use on her belt. Zan's got some hanging crystals that we don't really know the use of. All this stuff. It's all over the place. They're wearing... Like, Zan's wearing desert camo. That gives him absolutely zero advantage in this environment. And yeah, wand with, like, a magic wand with a suppressor, or a staff sticking out of the barrel of an AR. It's... Or like how the scope of the AR is just a pair of crystals that don't seem to do anything. Tactical is an aesthetic I really don't like, usually, because it's stupid. See, Tactical fetishizes this idea of being prepared for anything, but the thing is, in an actual, like, military operation, too much preparation weighs you down. You'll get over-encumbered. And if you're prepared for anything, that means that you don't necessarily... It doesn't seem like you know what your engagement's actually going to be. It seems like you just fucked up gathering information, and you don't know what to actually be prepared for. But when you blend that with high fantasy aesthetic, it suddenly works. Because it makes it clear that the tactical part is just as much of a fantasy as the actual fantasy stuff. Funnily enough, high fantasy has its own version of the tactical aesthetic, which is, you know, the rogue with 18 daggers strapped to them. Like, you don't need that many daggers, come on. But it's fantasy. We accept it because it's supposed to be stupid. Tactical people, they tend to actually take their shit seriously. Which is why I don't like them. But this just kind of highlights the absurdity of the whole thing. It's great. Alright. Intel said this is where they're holding the asset. You see him? Yeah, they've got him bound and bagged. I don't like this. I bet he's not a fan either. Want to actually extract him, or should we sit around wringing our hands about it for another 5 years? Sorry if I wasted 2 seconds foreseeing 80 different ways this hostage extraction could end with one or all of us dead. Well, if any of your melodramatic fantasies come true, you know your orders. The asset is the priority. If you have to blink about it here yourself, you do it. Liv, did you just admit you could fail? Are you okay? I'm just indulging your insecurities, Zan. Stop clutching your crystals. You gonna breach this year? What the hell? You only have time to deal with one threat. Try saving Liv and see if they shoot the hostage. Try saving the hostage and see if Liv can save herself. Extractor. What the hell is that thing? Ability Abduct. And unfortunately, Mafia Sprig Wakefield is pointing a gun directly at our hostage, who has 1 health. No! Ugh, can't see shit. Tell me you saved the asset. Shit! I can't save them both. I think this is the only call. Investigator Wiztack, requesting immediate blink out. I have the asset, but something got Kennedy. That was part 1 of Act 1. Rushwater Police Department, the DSR. now-ish. So that was like 7 years ago, if I remember correctly. So, let me get this straight. A notorious Druid Mafia enforcer gets shot by a doctor. And the first person on the scene just happens to be the meddling witch every cop loves to hate. Jen Kellen, P.I. Being near to locations is my passion. What is it going to take to stop you inserting yourself into every missing persons case we investigate? I mean, you could try finding the people. Well, I'm sorry if solid police work sometimes takes a little longer than your witch's tricks, but we have procedures for a reason. People don't hire me when you're slow, they hire me when you've given up. From what I hear, people don't hire you much at all these days. Look, let me fail at this at my own pace. Alright, so you hear a shot, you burst in with these breaching glyphs, and you find Wexler already dead. Describe the shooter. White-haired woman, good-looking, smartly dressed except for the surgical gloves. And a gun. No, she put the gun down. And you went for it, even with all your spells and trinkets? It's actually more dangerous than anything I can cast. I really like this line, because this is a great bit of world building. That, like, yeah, magic is totally real, but sometimes a gun is actually better for killing. And what happened? She got there first. I'm dead now. Kellen. I got to it first. She seemed to reevaluate her situation at that point. She ran. And then you guys show up with the fucking traffic warlock. And what's your problem with Sergeant Clark? He made me kneel even though I'd already dropped the gun, he picked it up without gloves, he tracked mud all over the scene, and he put a 2-week stasis curse on my car. It's gonna cost me more to get that disenchanted than I got paid for this whole job. Lucky for you, we're backed up, and it's not worth the time to prosecute you for any of this. Prosecute me? Next time you call us, stay put, stay out, and leave your wand at home. Can you unhex my car, please? I'm not insured for temporal curses. You'll have to take that up with Crafted Arcana Control. Did you get her? We have someone matching that description in custody, yes. Can I talk to her? Can you talk to the prime suspect in a murder investigation? No, Kellen, you can't. You're a PI, a provisional PI. Get out of here. Fine. You're welcome, by the way. Unbelievable. Hey, did you know your station is on fire? What? You're too late to stop me! I don't know who you are. Oh. You're not Zan Vesker, Navy Seer? Navy Seer is... Oh my god, that's great. No, my name's Jen. Is Zan here? I don't think so. I haven't seen him in years. Ah! Well, prepare to burn! Oh, no thanks. Defenestrate the Pyromancer. Defenestrate, verb, 1. Throw out of a window. So, now we're introduced to Jen's kit. If you remember, Zan's basic attack was, the 3-bolt burst, which is 1 knockback and 1 damage. Jen's a bit more interesting. Her basic action, Static Blast, is just 2 knockback. Jen, none of her abilities actually deal damage on their own, and yet she's one of the best damage dealers in the entire game. Because she does all of the knockback. For example, she's about to one-shot this guy with 15 health. Also, he's the less lethal Pyromancer and fireproof. Doesn't take damage from anything fire or mild fire based. probably could have done that in a faster time, but I'm streaming, so wanted to keep it so that people can understand. Dan? I was just talking about you. Jen, what are you doing here? Solving a murder. How about you? Being arrested for, remind me? It's a list at this point. They think I'm part of the team raiding the station. I served with Zan, guys. I'll vouch for him. No one cares. You remember what it means if I give the signal, right? 1 second on the clock, I remember. That's enough! On your knees! Now! Okay. So. Here's Jen's second ability. Chain Bolt. Chain a bolt through multiple targets, knocking each in a different direction. Each hit deals 2 knockbacks, same as Static Blast, but this one costs mana. So, the way this works is that the bolt starts from Jen, and she has to have line of sight to whoever she's using it on. In this case, let's go with RPD, Tracker, etc. That'll knock him out of the window. Then, remember how Jen couldn't hit this guy originally? She can only hit one of these two or Zan? The bolt is now being tracked from Cetera. So now we can use it to hit Cassini. And it looks like Zan took out the third guy as well. Whew, thanks. Sorry it came to that. One of those guys kind of had it coming. And the others? Didn't know him, but they'll be fine. I cast Slowfall wards on the windows. You open the door, and bingo. So, how have you been? Terrible, thanks. How about you? What have you been up to? The team casting its way through the station right now is led by my former CO, Liv Kennedy. She might be the most dangerous person on the planet. I think she's trying to start a war, and it might be my fault. So, stopping that. You get medical with that? No, and it's becoming an issue. Listen, these guys didn't like me much before I defenestrated 2 of their colleagues, so we should probably get out of this building in the next 4 minutes if we don't want to stay here for 25 to life. What are we going to see when we open this? 1 cop, body armor, nightstick. Enforcer, they're tough. I suggest we try and put them through a window. Can't throw all of life's problems through windows, Jen. Really? How hard are you throwing? Sounds like you want to demonstrate. I'll have to come at it from the side to set you up. Take him when you have the shot. Ready? Reach. So. This is teaching us the redeploy mechanic. Basically, before we actually breach, or even after we initially breach, we can decide that Zan is actually over here. Zan breaches the second door. Freebolt bursts this guy over, and Jen can static blast him through the window. Then run over, use the laptop, done. We're still in tutorial mode. The puzzles will get harder. Alright, so what does your former CO have against the Rushwater PD? Also, I just want to note that a folding stock broom is one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen. Look at that. That is amazing. Also, she's just got a playing card tucked into the goggles that are on her hat. God, I love this. I love these designs. I don't know. What's her overall objective? I don't know. Who's she working for? Reactor. Great, and what's their objective? I don't know. Who was the fire guy I ran into earlier? He asked after you, by the way. Oh, really? That's nice. No, I don't know who that is. Right, maybe we'll stick to Liv. And how long have you been on this investigation? 3 months. Damn. I'm a clairvoyant with an assault staff. I've never had to solve mysteries before. You need someone with investigative skills. Someone whose career is in a temporary dry spell despite her obvious talent. Hey, I'm hiring if you're interested. What's it pay? Nothing, I'm broke. That's actually very competitive with what I'm earning right now. I'll take a look at your files. Files, right. Zan. I'll make some! Never mind, what's up next? Another enforcer, and bad news. No windows. Well, that rules out every strategy I know. See, it's not a comprehensive life plan. Don't worry, I've got this. I can set up a shot that'll knock him flat if he comes my way. Why don't you just use that all the time? It's a time thing. You gotta set it up in empty space and hope they walk into it. Why? It's an amethyst-jacketed time crystal. It exists in all places along its trajectory simultaneously. So when you touch it, it's like getting shot in the past, present, future, and a fourth time phase mortals can't perceive. And that makes you fall down. That sounded cool, but didn't meaningfully explain anything. Fair. Breach? Breach. Okay. So we're setting up this ability, Predictive Bolt. 1 use per turn. Aim a powerful trap for an enemy to walk into. Aim in a direction with no enemy ahead to prepare a shot in the future. You'll fire at the first enemy to cross that line. You can't aim where an enemy already is, because that's not really predictive. It deals 4 damage. This is the highest single damage, I think, in the entire game. And it's got Overwatch. Fires when a hostile crosses the beam, can trigger on your turn or the enemy's turn. So now we just do that. So I actually cheated a little bit there. So hit 4C to see if this works out. What you're technically supposed to do is note that this guy's a melee enemy and will walk into the path of the beam during the 4C phase. But you can also force the issue. That will also have the nice little effect of freeing up Zan to actually move into the room. Heads up! Reinforcements! Shit, we should put a ward on that door. Alright, so Jen is gonna go over here and seal the door. Sealing doors gets you mana, so it's a very important thing to do. It also prevents enemy reinforcements from coming in. Later in the game, we'll get reinforcement doors that can't be sealed, so it's not a be-all, end-all strategy. Also of note, Jen is a Storm Witch, and her static bolts push enemies rather than damaging them directly, to light up other attacks or to put them through windows. Now, once again, we use Predictive Bolt, and since it's a melee enemy, bingo. What's the plan this time? I don't know. Improvise. Inspiring. Alright. We can actually still redeploy to switch places here. So, this is an interesting one. You've got this guy right here. He's got an Overwatch ability, which we were basically just introduced to. So he's effectively got the enemy version of Predictive Bolt. So, before Zan breaches, We probably want Jen to breach. And Chainbolt... Oh, wait. Shit, I forgot that Chainbolt only does 2. I want to do it this way. And she'll use the laptop. Meanwhile, Zan now breaches, lives here, sets up Predictive Bolt, and boom. One second, I need to... Okay, yeah. Alright, this is it. The way out? It's on the way to the way out. Wait, you haven't been leading us out of here this whole time? You haven't been following me, have you? I don't know where I'm going. I've been leading us to the one little thing I need to do before we can leave. You know we're in a police station where both of us are resisting arrest while it's simultaneously being raided by a team of Black Ops wizards, one of whom can transcend time? I didn't know about the transcend time thing, but the rest of that was on my radar. Yep. So where are we headed? This office leads to the holding cells. There's someone there I need to talk to. You're working a case? Now? Look, I've been calling myself a PI for a year now, and I've had a grand total of 3 cases in the last 2 months. And 2 of them couldn't pay. Jiren Wexler was the last one on my docket, maybe ever. And today I found him 10 seconds after he was shot in the head. By a doctor. Continue ranting, vaguely aware you might be oversharing, but unable to rein it in at this point. I'm too late to save him, and I'm too late to get paid. But I've got one last chance to find out why he died before what we just did makes me a fugitive or a prisoner. And if I don't take it, I am going to lose my mind. I'm sorry, Jen. For a second, I forgot what it cost you to save me back there. I won't forget again. I mean, I already did. Inside of an hour. Yeah, so my track record isn't great so far, but I'll try. Whatever you need, I've got your back. Thanks. What are we about to walk into? A mess. You ready? I wasn't born ready, but in the 35 years since, I have become, amongst other things, ready. Breach? Actually, we should probably think about where to breach. So this is where we start getting into the more complicated ones. We've got 3 people in front of windows. That's very, very good for us. Zan's got his Predictive Bolt. Jen's got her Chain Bolt. 2 melee enemies, which means Predictive Bolt is going to get some use. Actually, 3 melee enemies, but this guy is probably priority number 1 for throwing out of a window. 1 door to seal. I'm going to put Jen right here. I need to put Zan here so he can actually breach the door. No, that doesn't work. Okay, I'm gonna have to move into the room. I'll go here. Chain bolt, chain bolt. If I was later in the game, I would be able to actually seal this door, but right now, I'm just gonna have to let this guy come through. Zan's breaching right here. Actually, wait. This guy... Let's say I move Zan... right here. No, this guy doesn't come after him. These guys are not melee, I just realized. I mixed them up with the other guy. Okay, so... that makes things a little bit more complicated. In that case, I'm just gonna... go all the way back. And have Zan go over here. can actually reach the reinforcement door, so there's not much point to that now. This guy's not gonna move. Okay, yeah. This is still the best way to do it. 3-bolt burst one of these guys. And then we just duck and cover. Jen, once again, is going to chain bolt. And then take cover herself. Now, she'll seal the door to get a mana. Push this guy towards the window, and this guy out of the window. And take cover. Zan takes out this guy. Can't quite make it there, but we can set up for that next turn. Use the laptop. 3-round burst him out the window. If I had gone to here instead of there on turn 1, I would have been able to do this a turn earlier. That's unfortunate, but it means that, in theory, this is doable in 2 turns instead of the 3 I took. I think. No, wait. I would have... No, it wasn't. I would have needed 2 3-bolt bursts in the same turn. Yeah, apparently it was possible in 2 turns, but through some method that I didn't understand. Rushwater PD holding cells. Hi, me again. Don't know if you heard, the station's currently being raided by a Spec Ops team, one of whom can transcend time. Right, and much of it is on fire. If you tell me why you shot Wexler, I can get you out of here before even more of it is on fire. How? Breachcliff ought to do it. If not, too. And if I don't satisfy your curiosity, you'll leave me here to die? Classy. Great options here. When you hear it back, it doesn't sound great, does it? Oh, don't be so dramatic, you'll probably be fine, or... Fine. If you don't tell me, we'll still save you, but our hearts won't be in it. The quality of the rescue may suffer. The hell just happened? I think you just met Liv Kennedy. I didn't love it! I like that none of them were short answers. Oh, this is almost my favorite. Reunite with Zan Vesker, complete. Escape Rushwater Police Department alive, complete. Avoid any long-term consequences? And we have the absolutely incredible visual of... Remember the whole thing about Jen casting Slowfall wards on the windows? All of the people that we threw out of windows are going to be fine. They're just very slowly falling. We even have that one police officer in the top left who is reading a book. The attention to detail in this game is just perfect. Okay, I'm a lot more interested in your case now. Who is Banks, and why did the best Spec Ops team on the planet just assault a police station to abduct her? Dessa Banks. I caught a glimpse at her police file. They have her pegged as a mob doc for the Druid Mafia. When I found her, she just shot her patient in the head with a .45. If she's not mob, she definitely missed a pivotal day in med school. So why would Liv Kennedy want her? Was she an especially good doctor? Hold on, let me take a drink of water before I do this next bit. I guess it's possible she's a great doctor, and shooting her patient in the head before surgery was just a kind of power move. Your turn. Who is Liv Kennedy? She was my commander in the Navy Special Forces. She's a chronomancer. She can move on a different time scale to the rest of us. You're dead before you know she's coming for you. That seems overpowered. I served with her for 5 years on some nightmare clusterfucks, and I think Liv may be the most dangerous single combatant on this planet. Everyone who saw her work said it sooner or later. I'm glad she's on our side. Well, now she's not. Now she works for Reactor. Reactor are private military, right? Who's hiring them this time? Private but huge, the 9th strongest military in the world, last I heard. If you'd asked me yesterday, I would have said they're the DSR military by another name. I just noticed that on Zan's sleeve is a little badge that says WAMF. Now, it's possible that that's some military acronym I've never heard of. What I immediately think of is BAMF, which is badass motherfucker. But replacing the B with a W is, like, wizard-ass motherfucker? If that's what that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I love you, Zan. But if they're sending Liv Kennedy to kill cops on DSR soil, something massive has changed, and I have no idea why. If she's gone off book, all we're looking at is a god-tier operative becoming a serial killer with an unknown agenda. And if not? If today was a Reactor authorized op, this could light the fuse for World War V. Oh god! The implication that there's been four of them already. The whole geopolitical landscape of the Southern Hemisphere is gonna lurch in ways even I can't predict. And I'm a seer. What's the story with you and Liv? We ran an extraction on a Druid Mafia smuggling ship back in '89. She got snared just as they were about to execute the hostage. I had to choose. I chose the hostage. For years I thought I'd got her killed. Then 6 months ago she resurfaces, pulling brutal heists for a PMC. I don't know what she's trying to achieve, but I know I failed her back in '89. If there's some way I can talk her down from this, I have to try. Okay, we do need to make some files. I have a map. We can work with that. Right, so now we get perk points. This is our upgrade system, and it's a nice little way to see our characters' little prep tables. What we appear to have here, let's take a look at some of these things. Jen's is covered in crystals, bones, and candles. Oh. Right, ads. I will wait to continue, and I should probably actually order my dinner. I'll do that now. Yeah, it's also nice story too. I'll respond to that momentarily. Right. Yeah, it's also nice they're actually giving an interesting story. Oh yeah, the story's actually really quite good. And more importantly, the characters are really compelling in ways that are they're just fun. I really like the cast of this game. There's really no one that I find annoying or unlikable. Including the bad guys, for the record. The bad guys are just as funny. But yeah, looking at Liv's desk, we've got candles, we got bones, we got a bunch of crystals strung around. Fantastic. Liv's cat is just curled up under the desk. There's a couple of extra broom heads, which I assume are for, like, different uses. They're also slightly greenish, which might mean they're being treated in some way. Tons of various reagents, and a fucking cauldron, which appears to have an extendable, stirring rod, which is just incredible. And she's got a little pentagram in the middle, with which she appears to have, like, one of those really high-power flashlights, as well as an no, wait, that's not an SMG. That's like a, what is that? That's like a Tonfa. I thought it was an SMG at first, but no. It's like a Tonfa crystal dagger thing. I don't know if she ever uses that, but maybe that's like a focus of some sort. Probably what she uses to cast. Meanwhile, Zan over here, he's got like a little stand for fucking around with his gun staff. He's got a book held up on a little stand. Various crystals, a crystal ball with a floating energy eye in it. There's some kind of broken magical sword that he's got laying over there. An hourglass running in reverse. What appear to be potion grenades of some sort on the left. Some other, like, hourglass lanterns or possibly grenades. And on the front, we've got a number of sandbags and a target with a bunch of holes punched in it, which makes me think that he also uses this as a shooting range. Also, Jen's got a desk, and Zan just has, like, a big crate. Also, what is that massive book he's got over there? God. Anyway, perk points. So, some of these are locked, and you can use perk points to attune your various spells. Our only possible one for Static Blast right now is to make it 4 knockback at point-blank range instead of just 2. For Chain Bolt, we can add +1 target for the same mana cost, so it goes from 2 to 3. That's the one I'm going to take. The other one, Strong Finish, is +2 knockback to final target. +1 target is really, really important and good. You've got a mission screen with which we can go back to old missions. Here you can replay previous levels with your new perks, choosing your team freely this time, including wizards you didn't have at the time. You can gain confidence points for any goals you missed before, but repeating confidence goals doesn't give extra points. So, confidence, what is that? Well, the Outfits tab, you get confidence by doing optional objectives in the missions, and what they do is they unlock outfits. You see, quote, you already own all of these outfits, but it takes confidence to pull them off. So let's take a quick look at each character's outfits, because they're all pretty great. The default outfits, as I've mentioned, are really, really strong. As a side note, I really like Jen's star tattoos, and a number of her outfits cover them up, which kind of sucks, but also her alternate outfits are good enough that I don't even mind. So she's got Desert Detachment, which is desert camo. Jungle Tracker, which is just jungle camo. Everyone has some form of Whiz-Tac, which this is where we get into the most ridiculous heights of Tactical. Private Eye. This one is one I really like. There's something about this outfit that really speaks to me. But it's not... this one isn't even my favorite version. My favorite is East Point Knights. It's just the same outfit, but with a tan jacket instead of a black one. But man, that looks good on her. Also, side note, in the Private Eye, specifically East Point Knights, she's got crystals in her boots. I don't know what possible use that could have, but it's good. And finally, White Witch, which is kind of the same as the Private Eye East Point outfits, but it's a winter coat instead. As for Zan, he starts off with desert camo. Dark Arts is just a black version of the desert camo. Hedge Wizard is a ghillie suit, basically. That is a very cute joke. Also 2 watches. Does he have that? No way, he always has that. What the fuck, Zan? Wait, no, he's like a time guy. He has to have that many watches. Here's his Wiztack. He's, it's basically his, normal outfit, but he's got some body armor on. Urban Arcanist. He's got a jacket. He's got that sword on his back. And he has some sort of weird time thing instead of a watch. I don't know what that is, but it's like a time gauntlet. Also, smiley face badge. Love that. Full leather jacket is the same outfit, but with a tan jacket and black pants. Or sorry, not black pants, black pouches. And blackout is kind of the opposite of full leather jacket. Right. Let's go ahead and move on. A lovely condo, 48 minutes away. This is your safe house? It's cute. Oh, look at the picture of him in the military outfit. That's adorable. Well, it's my ma's place. She's at bingo. Alright, well, here's what we need. Your map, a printer, some thumbtacks, and like 40 meters of red string. She actually might be the only person I know who has that combination of items lying around. I like her already. Let's get to it. So how does this work? Do you drag string between us to prove we're friends? Jen Kellen, freelance storm witch. I love the peace sign. Likes complicated cases, good filing systems, skulls of every kind, my cat Daryl, not mutual. Dislikes Steve Clark, traffic warlock, the Rushwater Police, loose ends. Hobbies, scrying, crying, interrogating Daryl when he does a crime. Ugh, I hate writing bios. I'm a storm witch, a private investigator, and a legal guardian to one emotionally distant cat. For the last 3 years, I've been finding missing people the cops couldn't or wouldn't, but it doesn't pay well, and the work is drying up, and oh shit, these notes are smaller than I realized. Zan's things sound serious, and I think I can help, so off I go! Zan Vesker, Navy Seer. Likes naval history, Ma's spiced apricots, friends succeeding, assault staffs. Dislikes memory tests, decisions, dairy, being asked about his dislikes. Hobbies, providing emotional support, providing fire support, backgammon. Zan is an extremely, extremely old, what the hell, Jen? Retired Special Forces operative who can see the future. Actually, he can only see 1 second into the future, but in a breach and clear operation, that's a big deal. Zan used to serve under Liv Kennedy in the DSR Navy until she was lost in action. Now that she's back with a violent, unknown agenda, Zan worries he might be the only one who knows how dangerous she is, or how to counteract her power. He's probably overblowing it, though. Liv Kennedy, Black Ops Chronomancer. Likes acting quickly, acting decisively, acting like a prick. Dislikes weakness, slowness, storeness. Town in Norland. Hobbies. Dodgeball, don't play her at this. Bloody Knuckles, don't play her at this. 100-meter sprint, don't race her at this. Liv was the DSR Navy's star covert operative. She's able to move on a different timescale to the rest of us, rendering her actions effectively instantaneous. It's absolute bullshit. She vanished on her last official op with Zan and disappeared for 2 years. Now she's back with a team of Special Forces wizards cutting a bloody path through the powder keg of southeastern geopolitics like a bull in a house of cards. Rushwater PD survived a brutal strike. A team of Special Forces wizards led by Liv Kennedy breached the Rushwater Police Department, killing 14 and busting out a prisoner, Dessa Banks. Zan arrived hot on their tail. Arguably too hot, the cops assumed he was part of it. I heroically rescued him. Too much, Jen. And we got out alive, but we're not popular in the DSR now. So Liv led a strike on Rushwater. Zan served under Liv. Reactor, elite paramilitary outfit. One of the biggest and by far the most effective private military outfit in the world. For years, Reactor have done the DSR's dirty work, but now that they've hit a police station on Rushwater soil, they've bitten the hand that feeds them and swallowed it whole. All bets are off. I walked in... Dessa Banks, mob doctor? We're not sure. I walked in on Banks right after she shot the mobster I was tracking, Jiren Wexler. According to her file, she used to be a surgeon at Rushwater General, but dropped off the grid a year ago and is now a mob doc for the Druid Mafia. Now Liv Kennedy has abducted her at massive risk, and we're all left panicking about what she knows about Banks that we don't. Hey, that'll make sense to me. No rush if you want to rearrange or go over the details, though. So also, here is the map of the world. We have a number of countries here. We are in the DSR, which we don't know what that stands for. North of Samia, which is partially off the map. South of Liboli, there's a place called Dio, Kalan, and Medio. As well as the Jodasa Strait, which we know is where the prologue of the game took place. There's these islands down here called the Breaks, the North Iasic Sea, and the Bay of Teeth. This does appear to be only a small part of the world, which is pretty neat. Okay, so we have no idea why Liv took Banks. At this point, I'd settle for where she took Banks. Oh, I can answer that. Seriously? Give me 6 newt bones and a vial of her blood, and I can scry her location to within 3 meters. Okay, newt bones sound doable. Yeah, I've got an arrangement with the pet shop downtown. But how do we get hold of her blood? The cops would have taken it when they booked her, part of a standard DNA log. It'll be at the evidence lockup in Stonecliff. And is that guarded? Heavily, but I know a guy there who owes me. I helped him find his skink last June. As long as they haven't heard about the clusterfuck at Rushwater yet, I bet I can just ask him. Stonecliff evidence lockup, where Jen knows a guy. Jen, I think they heard about the Rushwater thing. Now they get efficient? Alright, give me just a moment. So, confidence goals. These are optional extra goals that boost a wizard's confidence. As in life, confidence is only needed to wear more daring outfits. Try for them, but don't stress it. You can always come back to get them later with any new perks you've unlocked. They vary each level. Move the cursor over them to find out what they are this time. So, our main goals are to knock out all the enemies and seal all the doors. Of note, seal all the doors. As they say, sealing a door is a free action. You don't need to seal doors that have no enemies left. So, if we just let all the enemies come out of these doors and then deal with them, that's the same as sealing the door. Basically, it's deal with all reinforcements in some way. Now, the confidence goals. Zan doesn't want anyone to take damage, and Jen wants to defenestrate 2 hostiles with Gale Grenade. This is a new ability that she's got. This one is a once per encounter free action. And it knocks back all adjacent targets by 1. So, Zan doesn't want us to get hurt. Alright, let's see here. Could probably... No, okay. That's not gonna work. If I move Jen here, is she gonna be able to reach? Yes, okay. Gale Grenade right there to take care of Jen's goal. Then... that. Have Zan 3 bolt. And then both of our characters will take cover. Okay. Jen's gonna move to here and grab the intel. That way... No, that's a bad idea. Wrong button. And bam. Now, take cover, take cover. At this point, we can have Jen move up, static blast this guy into the wall to knock him out. Zan moves up, seals the door, 3 volt burst, done. Ms. Streamer, did you water and stretch? I've got water and I've been drinking it, but I have not yet stretched. Also, hi, Bippy! Long snake! Alrighty. So we got both of our confidence goals. Bingo. Alright, what are we looking for? A blue folder. Her blood's in a blue folder? No, but her file will tell us where they're storing it. I think if I had this game, it would be the end for my completionist mind. Oh, Lord. Actually, one of the interesting things is that you can kind of start to see, once you play this game a bit, that despite the whole, oh, go back and finish it with later perks, the levels are kind of designed a lot of the time to make the confidence goals a little bit, basically doable. You actually, honestly, don't have to mess around with things too much. It's a puzzle. It's not a... Like, a lot of people misunderstand this game. They think that this is a tactical game. It's fundamentally not. It's actually a puzzle game wearing the skin of a tactical game. And the puzzle is how efficiently you can do the thing. Okay, so just grab every blue file I see. Yep. Unless your time brain lets you read them instantly or something. I could do 1 second of reading 1 second sooner than I otherwise would. That doesn't sound like it's gonna do it. No. Breach? Breach. Don't worry, I actually plan, whenever I can, my goal is to complete all confidence goals immediately. This is how I have fun, so don't worry. So, Zan now gets a very important new ability that is not tutorialized, and it's probably his single best ability. This is Time Boost, and it is absurd. Throw this at an ally to give them 1 extra action. You will see me give time boosts to Jen basically all the time, because Zan boosting Jen is one of your most powerful combos in the entire game. So, I think we're going to redeploy Jen here. This is one of the starting levels where, like, actually getting all the confidence goals is kind of tricky. So, Zan gets let a single teammate perform 2 actions in 1 turn. I'm actually just going to go ahead and do that right now before anything else, and time boost Jen. Jen's is more complicated. Deal with all enemies by the end of turn 1. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have to get rid of all of them in a single turn. That seems crazy. And technically, I don't think it is possible if you hadn't upgraded Chain Bolt. But since I have, it's very doable. But it's not gonna be simple. So, let's do this slowly. So, first off, we cannot reach anyone from Jen's starting position. So we're gonna go over and have her seal this door. Chain bolt, chain bolt, chain bolt. That's 3 guys right there. Problem. At this point, we unfortunately have run out of targets because we can't see anyone. So, let's see here. I'm going to Gale Grenade myself to move myself 1 space. Then, I'm going to push this guy back over here just to get the bolt to this point, so that I can then do that. Zan will breach. Unfortunately, he can't reach the reinforcement door in 1 turn, but that's not going to be a problem. We're going to 3-bolt burst this guy, knocking him into the wall. We have now finished both of our confidence objectives. Jen performed 2 actions in 1 turn with 2 chain bolts, which was only possible because I sealed that door and got the extra mana from it. And Jen dealt with all the enemies by the end of turn 1. Note, by the way, that even if this guy comes through the door, it still counts as us having dealt with all enemies. What this objective actually means is all enemies that start on the map. Reinforcements do not count for this. So now, we're going to be an absolute asshole and have Zan set up a predictive bolt pointing straight at the reinforcement door. Seal the door, finish the level. Of note, the entire grab every blue folder you see thing is not an actual objective here, because it's assumed that once you clear the room, you unlock unlimited movement and can just grab all of them. Intel files are going to be throughout the game, and they're basically just another source of mana. Where are you going? Both these overpasses lead to the next building. We can do it in tandem. Okay, but you get shot the moment you walk through that door. Oh, good note. Let me breach first. I can take care of it from my side. Alright, the ad is starting in like 40 seconds. So I'll just say before we do that, this is a bit of a tricky situation here, right? Actually, I'll snooze the ad real quick. So, we've got this guy who is overwatching through this window. This is our level. It's an interesting case. Our confidence goals are defenestrate 3 hostiles in 1 turn, and cause predictive bolt to fire before the foresee phase. So there's a very fun way to do that one. Let's have Zan breach. First priority, get rid of Mr. Overwatcher so that Jen can do things. Now, before I do anything here, I am having Zan set up a predictive bolt right at this door. Now Jen will open the door with this laptop. See, this laptop is open security doors. It opens this door right here, which means the door opens, predictive bolt goes to the door, immediately hits this guy, and he's down. Alright, so what we want to do is get rid of 3 people through windows in a single turn. This is going to be a little bit tricky. There are 3 people... Oh, wait. Bam, bam. Ah, but... unfortunately, yeah, okay. Let's end our turn here. No enemies have plans, so... toss that over to Jen. Then we can use Chain Bolt. Bam, bam. No, but that... That causes a problem. We have to get this guy... Basically... Or wait, no, we don't. What am I talking about? I'm so stupid. Chain bolt... No, that guy's in the way. If we do this, we might be able to manage it. But no, then we can't reach this guy because... Can we do it if we breach? No, we can't. I had some kind of plan. I now don't remember it. This is a tricky one. I don't remember how I did it before. You see the vision, yeah. I don't think it's possible to do with a single chain bolt. Unless, wait. No, that didn't work. Okay. Well, I'm curious. What's the solution that you see in your head? Let's see if it'll work or not. Yeah, come on in.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so what's your plan?
So, what my plan was that, so you know that first action you did, you just knocked the guy out of the window with reach, or static?
This one?
Yeah.
Actually, wait, hold on.
And then what I saw is that you chain bolt that guy, and then hopefully does it knock it out of the window?
You got it. Okay, so there was one problem with the setup, which is essentially that I had moved Jen first, and the angle was bad. If we start like this and just static blast out the window, we are gonna still need to time boost Jen. Then chain bolt, knock this guy in, chain bolt, bingo. And that's 3 in 1 turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was the vision I had.
Yeah. You did good.
What?
Feel free to stick around or just go back to listening. But either way, I appreciate your help. Righto. And I'm actually going to predictive bolt right there. Set up something else. Reach with Jen. now, this guy sees Jen and is going to run across the path of the predictive bolt in order to get to her because he's a melee guy, and that's not going to end well for him. Alright, there's one action that we haven't used, and I believe it's Zan's 3-bolt burst. So let's see if we can actually use that. So before we do that... No, there's nobody we can actually reach. And it's not different if I... Or wait. Is it different? Yes, no, I can use it right here to take out that guy. Then I can move to breach the door. Predictive. Move. Breach. Foresee. And turn. Bingo. Grab the intel. Breach the door. For both of us, the next room is basically a freebie. Bam, bam, bam. Three-bolt burst there. Meanwhile, Jen can go here, Gale grenade herself over to the door, and seal it. Bingo! Found Banks! She was between Jubba and Hiddlesbottom, logically. We've all found ourselves there. This says her blood sample's in Fridge 5, room 304. So, one floor up. Great, let's go. You brought the newt bones? I don't leave the house without 6 to 20 newt bones. Okay, so where is she? She is... about 100 meters east. She performed the spell 100 times too small? Nope. She's in the next building. And what's that? Controlled substances, I think? Why would they break her out of one police station just to take her to another? I don't know. Want to go find out? After I realign some time crystals, yes. Steve, you're sure this is every gram of blue you have? Yep. Every seizure in the DSR ends up here. Alright, incredible stuff we've got here. So first off, obviously that's Liv over there. She's wearing a slightly different outfit, but it's definitely the same person. We've got our Mr. Less Lethal Pyromancer there. Dessa has fancy handcuffs on in the background. And we have our first actual glimpse of Mr. Steve Clark, Traffic Warlock. Oh my god. He's got a high-vis robe. He's got a license plate hanging off of his backpack, which appears to be some kind of... It's a tire with a bunch of spikes and things sticking out of it. And he's got a gigantic traffic light-shaped mace. Anyway. Also, keep your eye on that on this window up here, right next to Liv's portrait. There's gonna be a funny thing happening. There they are! Alright, Bori, light it up. All will burn! In very mild fire. It is not mild fire, that's a total misnomer! I should not have to take this from a traffic cop. I'm a traffic warlock, and you're a failed arsonist. I'd like to see you untangle the M6 Spaghetti Junction with some lukewarm flames. Lukewarm?! Much as I'd love to hear where this clash of the intellectual titans goes, we have a ride to catch. Steve, stick around and make sure your cop pals don't put this out. Lori, bring Banks. Well, that exchange raised a lot more questions than it answered. Liv's team burning mana. Why? He sniffs. Not for the smell, I'm guessing. Why did the Rushwater PD even have this much mana? The street value of this must be billions. They're supposed to destroy it all at the end of every month. Maybe Defense told them to. I've heard of states stockpiling it on the QT. No one has a military use for it yet, but they're all scared someone's gonna find one. That was that fire guy I was telling you about. Oh, right, I do remember him now. So, when I said fire guy earlier, you didn't think of the guy you know who's permanently on fire? You meet a lot of colorful characters in this line of work. Aren't you unemployed? That's what I mean. So who is he? Borikesh, the less lethal pyromancer. How does that work? I think his flames are, like, quite hot, but not fire hot, you know? Like, you can't go on about your day, but it's more of an aloe vera situation than an impromptu cremation. You look like you want to ask something. Who's the guy in the Dayglow robe? Ugh, that's Steve. Steve Clark, Traffic Warlock. I keep running into him on my cases, and I always forget what a slimy prick he truly is. Wow, Jen! Shit! Get fucked, Steve! Can we take him? How good are you at dodging spectral cars filled with skeleton ghosts? Never made it past regionals. Let's see if that cuts it. And now we have something of a boss fight. Steve Clark, Traffic Warlock. You try unjamming the G30 Spaghetti Junction without resorting to death magic, then we'll talk about who's losing perspective, Carol! 2 armor, incoming direct damage is reduced by this much. Doesn't affect damage taken from hitting walls. I forgot to mention that when it showed up earlier with the Enforcer guys with the shields, but yeah, body armor is a thing, but honestly, body armor is often somewhat forgettable because it only protects you against direct damage, and a lot of the time in this game, you're not dealing direct damage. The only way we have to deal direct damage with this team is Zan's 3-round burst. Ability, Crush Hour, sends forth a spectral motorcade of Ghost Riders that hits everyone in the red zone, then returns to the underworld, pending traffic conditions on the 7th Circle Junction. Okay. Zan is finished with all team members at full health, so no one can take any damage. Jen, defenestrate Steve Clark, Traffic Warlock. Now, Steve Clark is not standing next to any windows. So, let's start things off by moving Jen over here. No, hold on. We're gonna push him back a little bit. Then move over here. Zan's gonna move over here. Grab the intel and predictive bolt this door. That is a cool fucking effect. Alright, here we go. He took the bait. So, now, let's start off with Zan 3-bolt bursting this guy. That way, Jen's not going to have to deal with it. Next up, Gale Grenade to get him next to the window. And... now, the direction that you're pushing someone is usually directly away from you, which in this case is diagonally, but the thing about going diagonally is that you hit both walls. So if you're diagonal next to a window, it just kind of pushes you out. So... there goes Steve. Seal the door. Grab the intel. Dan seals this door. Yeah, that was real satisfying, wasn't it? And I think that's everything for this turn. Okay. So now I'm gonna do something a little bit tricky. No, that doesn't quite make it, but... wait, no, yes it does. Hold on. Or wait, no, it won't, because I would have to push him twice, and that would cause him to slam into the door, which would lose him health and miss his thing. So instead, we'll just predictive bolt the door again. Seal it up, and bingo. Mission complete. Steal a murderer's blood? Complete. Use it to track them down? Complete. Defeat Steve Clark, Police Warlock in combat? Complete. Defeat Steve Clark, Traffic Warlock in conversation? Well, he certainly has some difficult self-examination to do in the days and weeks to come. For the record, back during the demo, this is actually where the game ends, but there's an extra scene where they're back on the subway, and they're suddenly talking about how everything suddenly seems to have dried up, and Zan claims it's due to an acute case of early accessitis, based on them being in a demo. It's a very funny bit, but it's not available anymore. Anyway, I have never liked giving +1 damage to 3-bolt burst, because direct damage is, 1, not really the point of this game, and 2, not the best aspect of 3-bolt burst. It can be somewhat useful later on, but what I'm going to do here is validation. If the shot fires on your turn, gain +1 mana. Didn't like that guy. Right? Steve was always an asshole, but he's never actively thrown a ghost car at me before. New low. When we get back, can you scry again to find out where they took Banks? Oh, no need. Blood scrying updates in real time for up to 36 hours. Shit, that's impressive. Can't beat blood for utility hexes. Where is she now? North by 80 kilometers already? Is that possible? Is she moving? Give me a sec. Yes. Extremely yes. God, like 400 meters since you asked? They've got a chopper. Of course they've got a chopper. Man, chasing a multi-billion-dollar PMC's best operatives by public transport is surprisingly hard. Where do you think they're headed? Liboli. Reactor has a black site west of Aldo. Nice quiet place where they can do what they want to prisoners like Banks. Then I guess we're going to Liboli. Yeah. In like 14 hours when the next ferry leaves. We stay at your mom's place tonight? Yeah, she'd love that. She should be back from bingo by now, actually. Back to Ma's for a nice cup of tea. lordy, you didn't tell me we were having company, Zan. I would have cleaned. God, what must you think, Duck, that I live in filth? Shadow, hello. Actually, I think it's lovely, Ms. Vesker. This is Jen. Do you remember I mentioned her? You know I don't remember my own name half the time, Duck. Lovely to meet you, though, Jen. Can I get you a brandy? Or something stronger? What's stronger than brandy? Oh, I'm glad you asked, Duck. A woman after my own heart. Zan, you didn't finish the Skullcracker, did you? You finished the Skullcracker, Ma. In June. Oh, nonsense. He's a terrible liar, this one. A liar and a drunk. Takes after his father, I suppose, and his ma. Oh my god, Ma. Now, how long will you kids be staying? Just the night, if that's okay, Ma. Of course, love. Stay as long as you like. Where are you off to tomorrow? Laboli. Oh, how wonderful! Oh, you must take Jen to the Naval Museum at Aldo. You remember where I used to take you on your birthday? Oh, she'd love it, Zan. We're there to stop a team of Black Ops wizards torturing a hostage and starting World War V, Ma. I'm not sure there'll be time for the museum. Oh, it's such a lovely country, Jen. Not like here. Didn't you and Dad flee for your lives because a pharmacorp tried to kill him for whistleblowing? Well, every country has its problems, Doc. Have you been, Jen? I have. Actually, it's where Zan and I met when I did my mandatory tour. Oh, so you know. Lovely. I expect he's told you his origin story? That's not what we call it, Ma. And I'm sure she doesn't want to... Oh, I absolutely want to hear your origin story. Oh god, don't we have a map to update? I saw your map! It's lovely to see you doing crafts again, Duck. I'm glad someone's finally using those wretched thumbtacks. I bought that box in 1943 and I've scarcely made a dent. What's it about? There's no easy way to say this, Mrs. Vesker, but your son is terrible at filing. I had a system! I just never got around to making the system. Ah, you've got your father's spirit, Zan. Aw, that's sweet. No, he had a terrible spirit. Just a dogshit spirit. Ma! Well, I'm sorry, but that man would give up on anything. I once saw him give up on a spoon. It slipped out of his hand and he just left it there, ate pudding with his fingers. Flimsy soul, too. Alright, let's get Liv's team on here. Zan, you're gonna have to take this one because I'm honestly still not sure I understand this guy's deal. Fine, his talent creates a magical fire that never gets above a certain temperature, so it won't incinerate you, you'll just pass out from heat stroke. Given that, it's a little weird that he joined a team that's been killing people all over the globe, but here we are. Steve Clark, Traffic Warlock. Smarmy prick who can, I guess, summon phantasmal apparitions of long-dead highway traffic that hurt a lot if they hit you. He was always the department's darling, but now he seems to be working with the team who just hit Rushwater PD, and I don't think the station knows it yet. It is killing me that I wasn't around to rat him out to his fan club. And the mana stockpile. Seized street mana, billions burned. Unlocking your craft tends to happen when a life-threatening situation brings it out of you. If you're not willing to wait for one, why not create it yourself? 10 grams of street mana and a shot of absinthe is a simple, wildly expensive recipe for a huge risk of brain damage or death. Beryllium calcite activates the craft center of the brain, and some people unlock a temporary power while the high lasts. It's not permanent, though, and when you don't know what your power is, there's a whole range of ways to die finding out. Cut it with MDMA or acid and you've got street mana. It's a misnomer. The few who can get hold of beryllium sell it to trust fund kids at mansion pool parties, or money men by private courier. Millionaires who think they're invincible and mad that there's a type of power they don't have yet. The stockpile at Stonecliff must be years of seizures. Why didn't they destroy it? More to the point, why did Liv? Ma's place. Seems nice. Zan's Ma was good enough to put us up while we figure out our next move, and her place is off the map. It was off the map. I was hoping I'd be able to waltz into the Stonecliff lockup before they heard what went down at Rushwater, but no such luck. We managed to get the blood sample they took of Banks when they booked her, though, so now I can track her with a scrying spell. We didn't have to look far. She was in the next building, still with the team who took her. They were there to burn an alarmingly large stockpile of confiscated mana. Why, though? And here's the black site. Zan thinks this is where they're taking Banks, and the direction I feel them heading in backs it up. Right. As you can see, Liv Kennedy's kind of the center of everything here. You're out of brandy, so I made tea. You really want the story? It's, longish. Of course. Ooh, you'll love this, Jen. Building it up isn't helpful, Ma. Okay, so this was Riasi, 78. We were on escort duty for this RNS diplomat. And our APC driver, Valdini, she's hearing a noise she doesn't like from the chassis. We pull over, and of course, as the FNG, she sends me under there to check. And I find 3 kilos of plastic, colored wires, blinking red light, the works. I don't know if I have seconds or minutes before it blows. I don't even have wire cutters. All I can think is to rip all the wires out at once. But as soon as I think it, there's this flash of pain, so sharp I think it's blown already. But it's still there. So I think about just ripping out the green wire, and flash, it hits me again. When I think about ripping out the blue wire, though, nothing. I just see myself doing it, clear as day. So I do it. Red light goes off, and I just fucking collapse. And that's it. That's how I unlocked. Adrenaline, delirium, and a desperate need to do exactly what it turns out I can do. So they put you on bomb defusal after that? No, it turns out most bombs blow whichever wire you cut. Once I could foresee without passing out, the brass put me through a craft training program to help control it, then fast-tracked me to Special Forces. That's where I met Liv. Who was trying to blow you up? The bomb was a merc job, but this was Riasi in the 70s. There's no way Chapel money wasn't behind it. What'd Valdini say? Her reaction focused very much on being right about the dragging noise, and much less on the discovery that I could see through time. Good story. I don't know where he gets it, Jen. Not a magical bone in my body, nor your father, especially not your father. He'd suck the magic right out of anything. It's not hereditary, Ma. But you might have something, you've just never been in a life-or-death situation that required it. Well, it's certainly not shut your father up about the quickest route to downtown after 5 p.m. That came up all you like, and I thought my life was over every time! We'd better get some rest. First ferry to Liboli's 7 a.m. And that's Act 1. First ferry to Liboli, 95 minutes late. So, my contact got back to me. She knows a guy who delivers supplies for Reactor. He's gonna let us ride in with a shipment of bathroom supplies and pornography. Quick note, first off, Cat, Daryl, love him. He is licking his own butt. And also, you've got the full LGBT flag with if I'm remembering correctly, you've got the black and brown stripes, which are for black and indigenous people of color, and you've got the little yellow with the purple circle, which I think is asexual, aromantic. I'm not entirely up to date in that. I know that the trans colors are there in the triangle, and of course you've got the usual gay rainbow. But yeah, it's neat. It's always nice to see that. Always ride in style. If we do stop World War V, I hope someone gives us a lift home. Banks hasn't moved, which fits with her being held at the black site. If she's still there, Liv's still there. My gut says they need her for something. If you're right about the stakes of this, we need to get there yesterday. I feel like we've moved about 4 inches in 2 hours. Yeah, this is torture. I'm gonna find somewhere to kip. Then we get access to the chats menu. Optional conversations that can be played at any time. Choices made in these don't affect the outcome of the campaign. What's your cat's name? Daryl. You named your cat Daryl? My mom did. She isn't really a cat person. Well, he's a treasure. What does he do? Do you mean magic? Nothing. I think he's illegal, or... He licks his own butthole, then looks at you like you should be ashamed. He's surprisingly chill about being on a ship. Yeah, we think he was a ship's cat before Mom adopted him. If we let him out of his cage, he'd kill us both and leap into the sea like a tortured poet. I think he just has such a disdain for life that he won't acknowledge that this is any worse than usual. If we let him out of his cage, he'd kill us both and leap into the sea like a tortured poet. I think we could take Daryl. No offense, Daryl. Can I ask you something? Shoot. I just fucking realized. Oh my god. Okay, so here's a quick note. You see my cursor? That guy in the background there is a character from later. I never noticed him here. And I think that means that this is the moment where an important thing happens in the story. How are you so sure about all this? You were always the guy double-checking our orders, hedging our bets, better safe than sorry. No offense, it was comforting. None taken. But now you see an old friend causing trouble and you walk into a police station with an assault staff? I kind of forgot you were this sharp. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's not just that Liv's playing with fire. It's that I know what happens in a month's time if we do nothing. I thought you could only see 1 second ahead. On a good day, yeah, when I'm in control, but sometimes I get flashes. They're brief, they're rare, and I don't know how far ahead I'm seeing. So most of them tell me nothing useful, and the temporal whiplash lays me out for days. In one, though, I saw a date. It was etched into a massive stone slab. 18/6/92. Above a list of hundreds of names. Thousands. I can't tell where I am, or when I am, and they aren't names I know. But I know it's a war memorial, and I'm swallowing a feeling like a throat full of rocks. I did nothing. Oh, and now there's a dog where the druid, where that guy with the staff was. And he's still got the staff. When did you have the flash? 3 months ago. Right after Liv Kennedy came back on the map. Zan's brain. Bear with it. Hi? Hi. Oh, wait, are you really here? Explain where here is, then ask me again? Shit, sorry, I think you're in my dream. This happens sometimes. My foresight runs wild while I'm asleep, and it can drag in other casters if they're dreaming too. You're gonna need some clarity on runs wild. Well, okay, it runs combat drills. Combat's when I use it most, so that's what it knows. So we're about to fight a completely meaningless battle. Yeah, sorry. I can kill you if you'd like. That'll probably wake you up. Nah, I'm good. I could use the practice, to be honest. I don't get shot at much in a typical private investigation. Yeah, they're not bad for building confidence. Alright, let's breach. Oh, hold on. There's my DoorDash. back. Sorry about that. Hi, Nerdletter. Defenestrating is going well. Okay. Right. So, only Jen has a confidence goal for this one. Defenestrate 3 hostiles in 1 turn. Alright. We're going to hit the air canister, which causes 3 knockback to all adjacent targets if damaged. Then the Grenadiered Voidborn. And then Steve Clark again. That was brief. Yeah, there's usually a bit more to him than that. Want to do another? Fuck Steve Clark. All my homies hate Steve Clark. Yeah! And this introduces Dream Training, as well as the Proving Grounds replayable survival challenges. We're gonna wait on the Proving Grounds, but Dream Training we can actually do right now. We've got Zan's Corridor, Zan Backup, Witch Storm, and Wackador. That said, actually for Wackador, I'm gonna wait till we have another one of Zan's abilities. So let's wait for a minute. I'm gonna save confidence points for now until we can get East Point Knights, because I love that one. Alright. Reactor Blacksite, back in the real world. Banks is definitely close. My scry is popping off. You okay? You're sweating. Just out of practice. Okay, what are we looking at in there? Automated turrets. They're tough, but if you can get close, you can just shut them down. That seems like a security oversight. Not a documented feature. Just hold the status button and tap reset 3 times. God bless military engineering. Okay, so now we're introducing turrets. Zan has prevent 2 reinforcements in total, and Jen has finished by the end of turn 3. Let's see here. Blast this guy through the window and take cover. Grab intel, take cover. That's about all we can do for turn 1 reasonably.
I hope you're having a good time with this, you know?
Yeah, I am. Hi, Bippy.
Hi. You are really, really cool, and I just wanted to come in and say that real quick.
Thank you.
Blah, 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 blah.
Does this work? No, it doesn't work. It's got stability. Start this over. Zan's gonna start by going here. Jen will go here. Chain bolt. Bam. And then don't hit that 3rd one. Gale grenade here. Seal the door. Turn off the turret. And take cover. Hopefully this will work. Try something. Jet can static blast twice. Is it possible to... Yes, you can. Bingo! Defenestrate the turret. Oh. Sorry. Nerd letter got auto-modded. I see a control terminal for this turret. If we can reach that, we can do better than turn it off. We can mess with its target recognition. If you get to it, try L. Kennedy and Philidor 77. Why do you know Liv's passwords? I respected the hell out of her, but it was very clear she could kill me in one day might. Seemed prudent. How do you know Liv's passwords? It's not hard to spy undetected when you only have to foresee doing it. Wow, that's unsettling information. You think Liv programmed every turret? No, but she always insisted on having admin-level access to friendly security systems ever since Medial in 81. I'd ask, but we don't have that kind of time. Alright, let's hack a turret. It's not gonna be easy to reach. Let me try something. I have an old trick I haven't tried in a while. Okay. Read the description of False Prophet and use it to make the turret waste its shot. False Prophet is one of Zan's best skills. It's extremely powerful. Send out a false premonition of yourself, which expires at the end of the foresee phase. Enemies believe it's real, but they aren't forced to target it if they see a better option. So we can run forward. And put out a false prophet. To make the turret waste its shot, as was mentioned. As for Jen... Damn. Oh yeah, all team members at full health, finish by end of turn 2. That kills the false prophet. So now... Jen can hack the turret. Of note, we don't have to do anything about that second guy, because, the turret's gonna activate first. Unfortunately... Yeah, unfortunately it's actually better to do this. And that finishes things. Dan, you're pale, man. You sure you're okay? I do feel rough, to be honest. Churning out suicidal time clones of yourself never feels great, but this is different. Did something bite you? Mark on your neck. Does it look like the one on your arm? Huh. Should we abort? Not an option. Our ride already left. Well, Banks is a doctor. Breaking her out of this dive should earn us a checkup, right? Oh, good point. You want to hang back? I can probably figure something out by myself here. No, I'm good to fight. Thanks, though. Okay, good, because I was absolutely bluffing. Could be a fucking tank in there for all I know. Think human-shaped, but you're not far off. We've got a heavy gunner. This guy is a bastard because even if you're in cover, he'll do 1 damage to you if he shoots at you. He's got stability, which resists knockback by 1, and he's got armor. So, not amazing. We've got a sniper with Overwatch, and we've got just a regular guy. Now, they are standing in front of an electrified wall, which does 2 damage when you knock them into it. Okay. Cause predictive bolt to fire before the 4C phase. Finished by the end of turn 3. Okay. So, that first one's actually pretty easy. Predictive bolt the door. Oh, wait, no, I can't do that. Okay. New plan. Reach here. Move here. Predictive bolt. Then, Jen just has to chain bolt. So a lot just happened there. So let's rewind and show and explain exactly what happened. First off, Zan got pushed, and the predictive bolt crossed the heavy gunner's line of sight, which means that it fired for 4 damage. Totaling out to 3 damage because effectively got 1 point of armor. Then we shot the second bolt into this air canister, which did nothing, but did manage to get our bolt over to Tracker Gyasi. And then he went into the sniper's Overwatch range, which got him shot as well. Now, Zan can grab the intel. Three-bolt burst is not really going to do much, because both the knockback and the, everything basically gets pretty much immediately taken out. But what I can do is time boost Jen, have her chain bolt again, hit Zan for 2. Or no, that doesn't work. Okay. In that case, I just gotta basically accept this. This is the best I can do. I can, however, false prophet to not take any damage. Right, he shot a grenade, that's gonna explode in about a second. So, let's go ahead and hack this turret. That should work. Turret shoots this guy. Zan seals the door on turn 3. We use the laptop. And Bob's your uncle. Hey, when you started to feel sick, was it like a swarm of red-hot locusts were nesting in your pancreas? I would have said hornets, but yeah. Okay, I think we've both been poisoned. Just hasn't hit me full on yet. Jen, I'm so sorry. I can barely walk. I might be done. No, you're gonna be fine. Just hang back and rest up. Banks' cell is right there. I'm just gonna clear this room, bust her out, and she'll fix you up in no time. Simple. Zan is poisoned. His movement is restricted, and he'll lose 1 health at the end of every turn. Yeah, Zan's movement sucks right now. He has effectively 2 move. So, predictable to fire before the 4C phase again. Finish by end of turn 4. It's turn 1. Okay. We've got a turret and a tracker right here. Jen can get hit by the turret right there, so... Hello, Banks. So Jen is then going to move into here. Now into... directly in front. Zan moves here. Or wait, no, that's not possible. Okay. Actually, wait. Best to do it like this. Predictive bolt. I can't. Shit. Okay. Time boost. Jen. Move to here so that I can take cover. Predictive bolt. And then static blast him over. That gets his done. Then he can take cover. Jen can take cover. And we can finish the turn. Alright, they're gonna flush us out. We need to get over here. Now, unfortunately, Zan is gonna have a lot of trouble getting out of position for that grenade. Luckily, we can help him. Jen will seal the door. Now we time boost Jen. more time. Oh boy. I don't like that. I think I could have done this better. Zan's actually safe right now. I didn't realize. Can't kill that guy. Caprese is... Don't see a way that we can defenestrate him. Unless... Okay, that'll work. Time boost Gen. Gale Grenade to knock that guy out with the explosive barrel. And then static blast this dude into the wall. Which also stuns him. Which means that Zan can safely take cover and live for one more turn. It's now turn 3. Now, at the end of this turn, Zan's going down. So if he's doing that anyway, I might as well have him take the turret shot. So that... No real point to doing that. And if I just hack the turret here, yeah, we're finished. Don't worry about the fact that Zan just got shot. It's just going to make what's about to happen more necessary. Oh, the ad does start in 30 seconds, so I'm going to wait for a moment, because I do want everyone to see this. I will get some food. I do have my food right here, and I should probably get started. Looks like ads are over. Please. I know you hate me. I know you won't save me. But please don't let Zan die. He's never crossed you. He's just trying to stop something terrible. Please, don't! Noakes Bar, that night. I used to be a surgeon at Rushwater General. I was good, until I started to shake. I knew the symptoms. Strybeck syndrome. Degenerative. Incurable. Terminal. But I couldn't lose that job. I couldn't just wait to die. So I hid it. And it worked for a while. I was good enough to compensate. When the kid came in, I honestly thought I was his best shot. I was wrong. I knew it was a bad cut before I saw the blood, and I knew it couldn't be stopped. The bottom dropped out of my stomach. It was over in seconds. My brain was on fire. Every atom in me was screaming for an undo button on my life. Then, a pop, a rip, a snap, and it was undone. The cut? Not just the cut, the whole sternotomy. It means his chest wasn't open anymore. My clamps were sheared off. He sat up. Never heard a room full of attendants scream before. Best we could tell, his body had gone back about an hour. The anesthetic wasn't in his system, but a prep drug was. So, turns out I can rewind people. It was another month before I figured out they had to be dead first. So if they're only unconscious, I have to shoot them first. You understand? If I'd waited for you to die, sending your body back an hour might not have been enough. The toxin could already be in there. Next time I want a regular doctor. I thought she was a regular doctor. There's a skull on her belt. A red flag, sure, but not a slam dunk for necromancer. I'm not a necromancer. You did just raise us both from the dead. That was today. Necromancers raise zombies. Do you feel like a zombie? I do feel incredibly bad, yes. Then I prescribe a brandy. 3? When did you get back? He was a surgeon. Cute story, but try a shorter version for your next set of zombies. Mission complete. Infiltrate Raptor's black site complete. Extract Deciblanks complete. Get entire team fatally poisoned and shot in the head? Not in the plan, but yes, complete. Love how the bartender's just listening to all this. Yeah, it's great. Okay, so I finally get to actually properly introduce Dessa Banks. She's another one of my favorite characters in this. I just want to note, the other two are eating, like, what appear to be wraps of some kind, the normal way. I think they're like shawarma. Dessa Banks is eating her shawarma with calipers and a scalpel. Who does that? Girl, I love you. Also, Daryl begging for food. Alright, both got perk points. And we've got some more stuff, including one of the single most important perks that Jen can get. Refreshing Jolt. Once per turn, after firing Static Blast, you get your move back. Immediate pick. It's one of her best things. As for Zan, False Prophet is going to grab... Let's see. We're gonna go with, let's see here. Persistent Delusion first. Hurtful Lie is somewhat, it's somewhat niche. It can actually screw you over sometimes because the main attack is 3-bolt burst, and that does have a bit of knockback, so you have to be careful with it. Persistent Delusion is busted as hell. If the prophet dies before it disappears, your mana is refunded. And Useful Fiction is the other one I'll be getting next. Prophet interacts with anything it can before expiring. Time Boost has Time Bomb, boosts all targets in a 1-tile radius of impact except for Zan. Decent, but I found it doesn't come up all that much. Static Blast also gets Refreshing Jolt 2, which Refreshing Jolt only activates once per turn. Refreshing Jolt 2 takes off that limit. Whenever you Static Blast, you refresh your move. We will be getting that next. Gale Grenade has 1 use per encounter. Second Wind, refreshing the move of any friendly targets in the blast. And Storm Grenade, if thrown directly onto an enemy, lightning strikes them for 2 damage. That's a very good hat. You're a very good hat. They've swapped hats! Oh, they're so cute. Okay, we've exhausted the marketplace of ideas. I'm going to bed. Wait, I've got something for you. Your dog tags? They're my vessel. Keep them with you and you'll get some of my brain future eyes. Your foresight? It won't be as clear as what I see, but it should be enough to save your ass now and then. Zan, I don't know what to say. No one's ever given me their vessel before. Well, you just saved my life for the 2nd time in 2 days. I was barely conscious in there, and somehow you carried it. Kinda fuzzy on it myself. But also, you trusted me on this thing from the jump. No one's had that kind of faith in me in a long time. It's nice to have a geopolitical crisis as an excuse to reconnect. It is, right? Alright, that's my sincerity limit for tonight. Back to mocking your tactics tomorrow. And back to mocking your age if you last that long. Oof. Notes bar, late morning. Alright, what's next? I've got to meet my contact in Galepa, pay him for the ride, and see if he's got anything new. Want company? Nah, I'd only spook him. You two see the sights. Well, speaking of people you haven't paid... We broke you out of torture prison! Also, Daryl! Random Daryl event! And if you want to finish the job, you could get my gear back. I thought I did. You used it to reverse us? That's just my res bag. They also took Ghost Skull Gary and my tibia of trauma transference. The skull in your bag, that's not Ghost Skull Gary? Did that skull look like a Gary to you? I firmly believe anyone can be a Gary. Takes all kinds, I guess. But no, that was obviously Nigel. Reactor Black Site. Armory Wing? Armory Wing. Why did I say that as a question? So how do those flasks work? Is it a Skink Tears base or Hexap? They're just drugs. I just throw drugs at people. And that works. It works on people who breathe. What do the drugs do? Loss of balance, drowsiness, some light hallucinations. If you like pushing people around, it makes that a lot easier. I do! So, you've got no other craft right now? Just power over life and death. And I could open a portal to a void dimension. But let's dig into that. She shrugs. I don't know, I just point this cool-ass key at a wall and something opens. Push someone into it, they come back an hour later with a 1,000-yard stare and a newfound interest in investment banking. It's like a window you can put in a wall. Oh, now we're talking! Alright, let's do this. Right, so now we have access to Dessa Banks, the Necromedic. Jen wants to finish by the end of turn 3. Banks wants to use Death's Door to eliminate one hostile. So, Death's Door. You'll see there aren't any windows in here. I would especially love for there to be a window behind this heavy gunner because he's going to be a problem. So let's put a window there. This is Death's Door. It's great. Next up, the Sedative Cocktail. This is her basic ability. Throw a flask that leaves everyone in a 1-tile radius sedated, losing 1 health per turn, so poisoned, and unsteady, +1 to incoming knockback. The unsteady is more important than the sedated. Alright. She's also got her Resurrect. Revive a nearby body with full health and 1 mana. If used on a living ally, kill them first. Revived enemies, consider everyone hostile, are stunned for 1 turn and cost no mana to res. Believe it or not, there are occasionally reasons that you would want to res a hostile. But for the most part, there's some, first of all, you're going to be using that on your allies. Anyway. I'm gonna move Jen here. Bam. Bam. And into the Death's Door. The Death's Door can only hold 1 person. Actually, wait. If I just take cover... No, unfortunately in that case, Dessa gets hit. Alright, now for Dessa. Actually, wait. Before we do that, why don't I... That didn't work. Static Blast there. Gale Grenade there. Move to use the laptop. Dessa will move here. Seal the door and we're done. Bingo. Okay, what's behind this door is not good. Specifics? I don't know, these tags don't give me a clear picture like Zan has, but it feels kinda lammy. Then you should go first. Oh, real nice. Look, if you can raise the dead too, just shout and I'll waltz right in there. But if not, you're the only one who can safely die today. Don't like any part of that sentence. Especially the part where you're right. So this is what we were seeing. We've got a proximity mine right here. This is our tutorial for how res works. Jen wants to finish by the end of turn 2. So let's go ahead and chain bolt. No, we don't need to. No, we probably should chain bolt because we want to actually use this mana. Fortunately, not too much we're going to get out of it, but actually, wait, no. Better idea. Instead of chain bolting, move, immediately get killed. And reds. Static blast this guy out of the window. This is a neutralizer. When targeted by his beam, you can't use any spells. Right. Fortunately, we also can't seal the door. That is what I want to do. Let's see if we can't figure out some way around this. Hit the neutralizer like that. It probably is best to just do it this way. Unless... if I go here... No, that doesn't work either. Yeah, no, there's not a way to make this work. Okay. Moving here. Seal the door. Gale grenade that guy. Sedative cocktail this guy so he gets pushed back 3 spaces. Put a death's door right here to push him into, I think. No, that didn't work. Okay. Cocktail there. We're gonna hit Jen, but that's okay. Static blast this guy. He goes down. Seal the door. Heal grenade. Use the laptop. Bingo. Alright, we're here. They stashed my stuff in the next room on the way to the cells. So what are we looking for? Vessels or channels? I don't know what that means. I only know the word arcana from TV. This is actually an interesting little note. Dessa's actually very new to being a mage. So This is actually an excuse for the game to explain some terminology to us. No one taught you how to do this stuff? When you summon the living dead in an operating room, no one shows up with a free ride to wizard school. The cops show up with a free ride to a lab tank, and if you get out of that alive, you go underground. Sorry, didn't mean to patronize. I'm just impressed you can use vessels untrained. Explain vessel. The key you use to open portals. If an item lets you do something different than your main craft, it's a vessel. Another caster carried it long enough that it picked up some of their craft. So your key... A dealer in a skull mask gave me that for rezzing her partner from a ketamine overdose. Okay, so she probably had a sideline in Eldritch Gateways. Then anything that just improves your main craft is a channel. So your wand is a channel and your broom is a vessel. Oh my god. I mean, it's not brain surgery. No, I completely forgot. I brought my broom. Oh my god, that's gonna make things so much easier. We're not done with cool gen abilities. Broom Breach. 2 per encounter. Jump through an adjacent window and re-enter the room from any other window as long as the space is clear. Actually, hold on. If I remember correctly, I actually want to redeploy this one. We're gonna have Dessa Breach. And we definitely want to put down a death's door at some point. Sedative cocktail the guy. And then we should be putting a death's door like right there. Then Jen is going to static blast. So that guy falls into the Death's Door. That uses Death's Door to eliminate one hostile, and we want to finish this in turn 1. Should have explained that's why we're doing this. So. Now, Dessa can go over and seal this door. Meanwhile, Jen. Broom Breach over here. Oh, wait. Hold on. Don't want to do that. Gale Grenade right here. Throw those guys out the window. Move. Seal door. And done. You might be noticing that Jen has some pretty crazy movement. Mission complete. Retrieve Ghost Skull Gary. Complete. Retrieve the Tibia of Trauma Transference. Complete. Remember Jen has a broom. Complete. Alrighty. Now Dessa gets a perk point. Her table is this, very cool-looking slab with chains, which appear to be going in reverse. It's really neat. So she's got her 45. That just appears to be a regular gun. She's got her res bag. She's got some sort of book there. Skull with a pentagram, some bones, books, what appears to be a very large first aid kit, and what also appears to be a twitching bunch of body parts in a cardboard box. I don't know what that's about. And she's got the cool surgical gloves. Alright. Sedative Cocktail you can upgrade in several ways, including +1 sedated, so more poison, +1 lightheaded, probably the best, unsteady, probably the best one. And 1 damage on impact for all targets, it's fine. Death's Door gets Intercept, which is the most important upgrade, and I'm taking it right away. If a target is pushed into the tile in front of the portal, it will pull them in. Also, we can look at Banks' outfits. So, this one is Scalpel Sharp. She's also got Funeral Chic, which trades in the white for a black shirt. A sort of grayish general ensemble. Oh, there's that Death's Door key on her waist. And also Bloodstained Boots. You go, girl. Frontier Medicine. Oh my god, she's a cowboy. This is probably my favorite for her. But there are some other good ones. I actually think Dessa might have some of the best outfits in the game. WizTac has this, I don't even know what that is. I think that's like the kind of thing that medics wear in combat zones to indicate that they're medics and that you shouldn't shoot at them. Various pouches with green crosses on them, so that we don't get sued by the Red Cross, and to keep with the color scheme theming. Cult Phase. Got a bit of a hood set up with like a bird skull on her arm. Med School, which is the same as Cult Phase but with glasses and the most adorable pink skeleton hoodie I've ever seen. I love her. And finally, Death MD. It's the same basic outfit, but now her face is in shadow and she's got like some sort of weird thing on her back. Notes bar, that night. Banks, if you're ready to talk about it, do you ever learn why they took you? Liv wanted me to kill her. I'm sorry? 3 times since we reached Laboli. She'd disappear for a few hours, come back sweating and shaking, and order me to kill and res her. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. She seemed sick. Elevated pulse, sweating, dilated pupils, dilated nostrils, tremors. But I'm a surgeon, diagnosis isn't my field. Okay, that's not what we had. But that's not what we had, and after you rewound her? Calm, vital, picture of health, and she didn't bitch about the whole thing like some people. Glares at Zan. Trying to stave off some disease she can't cure? Why only 3 times? It would need to be every hour to keep her stable. Damn, this is tantalizing. I don't like unanswered questions. Really? I live for them. I know it poisoned you if it helps. Despite what I just said, yes please. It's a slow-acting poison the Druid Mafia use. Thistle Kiss. You had needle-thin puncture marks before I rezzed you, and Liv just hired a Druid hitman. Oh shit. Okay, if I have to say that's pretty smart. You don't have to say that. It's optional to say that. How do you kill the guy who sees everything coming? Don't let him know he's been hit until it's too late. Whose side are you even on? Yours, of course, but I'm freelance, so if she has a paid position... Well, you'll have to be fast. My conduct says Liv's briefing her team tonight before they ship out. If we go in quick and quiet, we might learn their next move before they make it. Thanks, we're square, but if you're up for this, we could certainly use your skills. Oh, I'm coming. After what they did to me? The next time I shoot Liv Kennedy in the head, she's staying in the fucking ground. Well, this is a reconnaissance mission, so we might need to re-clarify engagement objectives en route. But let's go. Blackside Headquarters, the night of the briefing. Alright, suppression aura is cast, no alarms in this room. If we take this room clean, they won't hear us coming. Want to show us what Ghost Skull Gary can do? Ultimately, that'll be Gary's decision, but I'll set him up for success. Right. Spectral Skull. You're gonna love this. Fires a spectral skull named Gary, who damages enemies as he passes through them and bounces off walls once. One of our goals here is to hit 3 enemies with a single spectral skull. Like this. Put a death store right there. Chain bolt. Bam. 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 Takes them down. Then moves over here. Zan's gonna time boost her. Room breach. Bingo! All 3 of them. Have the team use 5 different abilities in one turn. We just used 7. Hit 3 enemies with a single spectral skull check. And not only did we finish by the end of turn 2, we finished in turn 1. Zan didn't even have to move from the door. Apologies. Sorry, gotta do a lot of voice acting, so finding time to drink water and eat my sandwich can be a little bit tricky. What's next? Officers. They're the only people here who won't shoot us on sight, but only because it's policy to sound the alarm first. Tonight, that's worse. Any alarm goes straight to Liv, they evac early, and we lose their trail. The problem is not hands, the problem is my mouth. I can't voice act and eat my sandwich at the same time. If you think that's worse, you haven't seen the inside of a gunshot wound. Okay, sure, for us personally, life will go on. We're trying to stop a war here. Get into the headspace, please. Okay. Got another hit X enemies with Spectral Skull. Which I think it's best to put her right here. No, it's not. Okay, what about here? Not quite. Improv. The wizards are hungry on this mission. What about exactly where I start? No, that doesn't work. Okay. Where... If I go here... I can fire like that, but... Oh, there we go! Bingo. And now... improv. The wizards are hungry on this mission. The angle don't work, so you gotta move them yourself. Yep, no, it works out. And that's that. Zan didn't have to do anything on that mission. Alright, we're here. If we can clear this room with no alarms, I can foresight into the briefing room and catch everything. Is it an easy one? I wouldn't want to go on record saying that, no. Might be time for some trauma transference. I'm almost afraid to ask, but I'm not. What is it? Let's move trauma around. I cast it on you, then I choose who takes the damage next time you get hit. I feel like there was something in the Hippocratic Oath about that. I shot you in the head to save your life yesterday. Hippocrates needs to get on my level. Do you guys understand why I love Dessa Banks so much? That sounds horrifying for Buzz Lumpy. Thankfully, it's a once per encounter skill. At least for now. So you don't have to get too complicated with it. Alright. We have to finish in 2 turns. And don't let anyone sound the alarm, so we have to get these guys right away. At least this guy right away. And transfer 4 damage at once. Now that part's easy. Because this guy does 4 damage. I'll show how that works in a minute. But for now, reach. Bam. 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 Then we throw that guy out the window. Zan's gonna time boost Jen. Get used to that. In fact, I'm pretty willing to have Zan do it again. Jen moves here. Static Blast. Moves here. Actually, no, yeah. Moves here. Room Breach over to here. Axe the turret. Yeah, Static Blast again, just to refresh our movement. Oh wait, we don't have Refreshing Jolt 2 yet, never mind. No point to that. Oh, wait, but I can do this. Revolt Burst. Static Blast. To knock him out early. Then Dessa is going to use Transference on Zan. So, we first have to designate a protectee and someone who takes the damage. Then we can just have Banks move somewhere. Move here, see if she can make it to that door next turn. Bingo! And that's how transference works. Okay. Banks can't quite make it to the door, but we can probably fix that at least a little bit, possibly. This is tricky. But I think... Okay. If I go here... and just static blast... that does do something. Try predictive bolting right here. Right, that does let Zan get a time boost back. Okay. Zan can 3-bolt burst this guy out of the window. There's probably stuff we could do with Dessa, but let's see if we can figure something out here as well. Steal the reinforcement. If we have Jen move here with Broom Breach... No, that won't work. Part of the problem is getting Banks to where she needs to be. Start the turnover one more time. Right, okay. If I move Banks here instead, everything should be fixed. Seal the door. Sand goes here. Sets up predictive. Then statics. Zan's gonna 3-bolt burst this guy out the window. Jen will Broom Breach to here. and time boosts. Chain bolt. Chain bolt. No, that doesn't work. Bolt, chain bolt. Damn, okay. Let's say that I do something like this and manage to move Jen to about here. Do we have a good angle on... Oh, he's not going to have time boost. Let's say he has time boost. Do we have a good angle on Dessa? No. What can Dessa do here? Well, we fundamentally want is, and the problem we're running into is that it's very, I've already used the Gale Grenade, and it's very difficult to move someone exactly one space. We need to somehow push Dessa in front of that door. Somehow push Zan in front of this door. Will it work if I put Zan one space back? I am the stupidest person in the world. This is so obvious. Move here. We start by broom breaching here, because she's already next to a window at the start of the turn. Static blast over there. Then... Oh, we're out of broom breaches. Okay. That's, first, to put Jen over there. Dan's gonna grab the intel. Time boost Jen once again. Aha! Death's Door! Chain it through Zan to get the right angle? No. Wait, that doesn't work because we need Static Blast. We somehow need to kill both of these guys. Aha! But if we put a Death's Door right there, then that throw gets rid of that guy. Now Jen can move. Zan 3-bolt bursts her. He seals the door. Zan goes and grabs the intel. Time boosts Jen. Oh, but now... Doesn't matter. The turret's gonna kill the guy. We just use it on the turret. Turn around, seal the door, 4C, and we're done. Holy shit! Ah. Hopefully now you're all starting to see what I mean about this being secretly a puzzle game. Alright, we're wheels up for Kalan at 0200 and I need everyone on the same page, the same sentence, before we touch down. Put a foot wrong in Liboli, you piss me off. Put a foot wrong in Kalan, you'll never see daylight again. So let's hear it. Rion. Stay canine, head to the vaults, sniff around for mana stockpiles. Good. Bori. Straight to the safe house, lay low, don't set fire to anything important till I get the mana call. Don't set fire to anything till you get the call. Sure, of course, no major fires. Steve. I have a question about my role. Oh god. More of a comment, actually. I just think I have more to offer than my badge. I know you said it'll help our cover, but if I could be part of the Vault team... I'm not your HR manager, Steve. I don't need you to feel valued. I use people who don't need nannying, and if that's not you... No, that's me, absolutely. You can throw your pretend cars around when we get to Medeal. Till then, you are just a badge. Steve's high-vis robe sags. I still don't get why we're going to Kalan. It's gonna be chaos with the riots. I'm not gonna draw you a diagram. That's a wrap. For H-5, be at the helipad on the dot or you're staying in Liboli. Reach the briefing? Complete. Sound no alarms? Complete. Learn Liv Kennedy's next move? Complete. Understand Liv Kennedy's next move. Let's set ourselves achievable goals and build confidence from there. Also, Jen was, like, starting the car, jump-starting a car by shooting a static bolt into the engine. That's amazing. Perk points. Excellent. So, next up is Useful Fiction. This allows the False Prophet to interact with anything it can before expiring. And Jen Kellen gets Refreshing Jolt 2, no limit on how many times it can trigger per turn. getting messy. I'm gonna group some of these together. Rion something, Druid Hitman. Never seen this guy before, but somehow he hit Zan and I with Thistlekiss darts unnoticed and almost killed us both, so we need to talk about boundaries. My ma always used to say, if you can't shoot something nice into someone's neck, don't shoot anything at all. Okay, so we can put each other on our team. We will probably all die. Liv's team, probably bad people, we think. Obviously, Rion's on Liv's team. Corey Cash, Steve Clark. Now, hold on, let's go ahead and put Rion above Steve Clark, you know? I just feel like that's a more appropriate ordering. Oh yeah, updated for Dessa. Mob Doctor, we're not sure. Necromedic. Sent you a new pick, please update. And she's covered up her old bio with, I undo damage. Only works if you're dead. If you're not, I can get you there for an extra $6,000. Call +46 234 662 9038. How many people do you think are reading our secret map? Wait, you get paid $6,000? Alright, now we got space for the new stuff. Banks said Liv asked to be killed and resurrected 3 times after disappearing for a few hours and returning, sweating and shaking. What could be so serious, and why did it keep happening? You are both poisoned by Rion. Noak's Bar. Local brandies, discreet bartender. We found a nice out-of-the-way place to hole up between ops, and the bartender's already heard enough that there's not much point in lowering our voices now. Liv's going Kalan. Liv's team is headed to Kalan next, but we don't know exactly where or remotely why. Alright, so now let's start the dream training missions. Because these are some pretty fun little puzzlers, and there's no dialogue, so I can eat. So, we start off with 2 Zans, and our goal is to prevent 3 reinforcements in total. Getting persistent delusion, or sorry, useful fiction is actually why I waited on this for a while, because it's really important for Zan to be able to do these prevent reinforcements goals. So, let's breach. Grenadier Gyasi, right there. Grab the intel. Oh wait, no, that doesn't. Okay. Let's see. Well, basically, here's the trick, right? So, this creates a really funny loop. If I send a false prophet over here, it will seal the door for me. Sealing doors gets you a mana. False prophet costs a mana. And the mana goes to the main Zan, which means I can do it again to do that. And we're just gonna do this. Now these guys are actually targeting that false prophet. Oh, I can be even funnier. I can be so much funnier. Check it out. This false prophet blocks line of sight for predictive bolt. Oh, wait, no, that false prophet's not gonna die. Oh, well. Oh, but it does. It disappears at the end of the 4C phase, which causes predictive bolt to fire. Oh, that's perfect. Let's see that again. So, interesting note, by the way. This version of Zan started off with 1 mana. Used a false prophet, which took 1 mana, but then got it back from the door. Then did that again with the laptop. So at the end, Zan had a total of still basically 1 mana. Then set up the predictive bolt. Now, because of persistent delusion, when the false prophet was killed, the mana spent to cast him gets refunded. That doesn't happen if they just disappear. So this guy gave a mana back to Zan. He also time boosted this other Zan. And then, also, because of validation, the shot, I think, regenerated a mana, so... Or no, it didn't. It just was the one, but... Oh, because it wasn't on my turn, right. Anyway, we ended up going crazy, like, slightly mana positive on all that. Alrighty. Similar thing. Send out the false prophet to seal the door. And we've now done our confidence goal. Although first we can just get this guy out. And then we set up a predictive bolt. There's nothing else we need to do. Bingo. Alright. So. Next up, we've got... This one's actually pretty tricky, as I recall. We need to get Predictive Bolt to fire before the 4C phase. We physically cannot do that yet. So let's start by getting this guy out of here. False profiting the door. Actually, wait. If we go here, and we false profit, like, here, he will take the bait. Okay. What if we were to false profit right here? Yes! And he grabbed the intel, so that's a plus. Oh, and he's even going to do that, so I can just Predictive Bolt right here, and... Now we have a second Zan. And that means we can do the funny. Unfortunately, we can't do that twice, so... And now we have 3 Zans. Predictive Bolt here. And Predictive Bolt here. And now we have a kill box. Bingo. This is a fun little gen puzzle. We have to finish in 1 turn. We only have 1 entry point, so we don't have to even think about that. This is just a trick of how do we use Jen's abilities to 1 turn this one. Well, Chain Bolt's an obvious one. Hail Grenade, Laptop. Bingo! So, to explain how all that worked. First off, we Chain Bolt this air canister, which I'll show you with a static bolt. The canister slams into this guy, and both of them take damage. The canister explodes, knocking this guy into the guy behind him, who, which also causes both of them to take damage, and the guy in the back takes the knockback, which sends him out the window. So we do that. Actually, we can do this in 1. That gets all of them. So we hit the other guy. And bam. Then we just go and use the laptop. And finally, this is what I was getting those false prophet all fired up for. This is a bullshit level if you don't have an upgraded false prophet, and if you do, it's incredibly easy. Basically, Jen wants to defenestrate a hostile by the end of turn 3. Start her off with sealing this door. And static blast, actually. Zan's gonna come in and grab the intel. Then, we're going to make the wall of false prophets. Yeah, we've not only prevented 15 reinforcements, we've prevented 24 of them. And we just killed our own false prophet there by knocking that guy into it, so guess what? We get the mana back! We are so mana positive. In fact... we can go even more crazy mana positive by doing this. Now we are going to take a little bit of damage, but that's completely workable. Okay, now we go back here. Static Blast. Out the window. And Zan can come in. Time Boost Gen. Static Blast him again. And go seal the door. Bingo! Tower of Turrets is next. This one, we start off in a very bad situation. We've got 5 separate snipers who are all drawing beads on everywhere that we're not, and they're going to shoot us the second one of us moves. We've also got a guy sitting there with a gun pointed at Zan's head, so we can't just not move. Luckily, we need to finish by turn 2, and Zan needs to let a single teammate perform 3 actions in 1 turn. Bam. Bam. And bam. That was actually 3 casualties, because this guy got pushed past the Overwatch of this guy. They shot each other, but one of them had to shoot first, so it turned out that this guy was the one who went down. This is an example of what False Prophet can do as well. Because we get our mana returned when they die, we can use them to trigger landmines and cross sniper sight lines just fine. So now, we can move again. Zan, I'm actually going to move right here. Time Boost Gen. False Prophet. Time Boost Gen again. And 3 Bolt Burst that guy. Gen's gonna grab the intel. Bam, bam. Bam. No. We'll get 2. That's good enough for me. Oh, right, but I do need to... Wait, hold on. Static blast this guy first. Then we can move again. Now... do that, and we'll get Zan's thing. There we go. Not the cleanest method, but it works. This is a very fucky level, but it's entirely possible. So we've got to grab the intel immediately. Finish the level without letting any enemies attack. And have Jen deal a total of 30 knockback. Actually, wait, hold on. That way. Wait, now. I don't actually need to use Static Blast again, so I can just sorta this one. Not quite. We need to get some slightly more efficient stuff going on earlier. Actually, wait. If I use Zan's thing... Sorry. I can technically move Jen without actually moving her. Allowing her to grab another intel. 3 down. Time boost Jen. We'll also need to use Predictive Bolt at some point. That's going to probably be important for something with Zan. I think probably we put Zan here somehow. Viking, look out, they've got a gun! No worries, I've got this. I've got something better than a gun. I have, the ability to push people. Okay, we're gonna change angles. Right here. Oh hell yeah, concealed carry permit on these hands. But yes, welcome Lilin. Alright. So. Oh wait, hold on. Do probably need to, do that one next. Zan aims a predictive bolt right here. Jen throws a Gale Grenade right here, and takes out 3 guys at once. Now, Zan can move up here, grab the intel, and time boost Jen. Jen gets, like, one more action. No, this doesn't work either. We've got too many guys to deal with. There's no way we can deal with both of them, and there's no way we can hide Zan from them. Let me math this out. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 guys to take out. At absolute maximum. Jen can take out... Oh, no, it just says 13. I'm dumb. Jen can take out 3 guys, potentially, per chain bolt, with an extra... up to... probably up to 3, but more realistically 2. With the Gale Grenade. Jen can realistically do 3 chain bolts, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, Jen would need to take out 1 extra guy with chain bolt, basically. It was something other than chain bolt. Basically, she has to hit all of her chain bolts to hit exactly 3 people each time. Then she... needs to get, like, 3 people with the Gale Grenade. And Zan has to use 3 Bolt Burst at some point. He takes the thing here. Okay, not bad, not bad. That's 3 kills with the 3 bolt burst. If I push this one, it's gonna shoot away basically all of these guys, and yeah, it ends up taking out 3 of them. This is much more possible. There is nothing better for Zan to do with his mana here, because False Prophet isn't going to help us. Now, Jen. 1... 2... 3... Actually, wait, was that the best it could be? 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. Okay, so unfortunately... Let me see if there's... There might actually be an even better way. If I have Jen take this one, then I can start a chain bolt here, then take out this guy. No. Start a chain bolt here, push this guy into position. That counts as Jen already doing 24 knockback, so there we go. Take out 3 guys with the grenade. Zan's gonna grab the intel. Boost, boost, boost. Revolt burst. Now she can move again. And she can broom breach over here. Broom breach over here, maybe? Bam, bam, bam. Bingo! And finally, we have this clusterfuck. Finish with all team members conscious. Defenestrate 2 hostiles by the end of turn 3. Alrighty. This one's tricky. We've got a big room, lots of obstacles. These guys are resistant to defenestration, or knockback in general. And also, we've got tons of explosive barrels, and these guys that can shoot you through cover. Grab the intel. False Prophet's a really good ability. Have I mentioned that? Alright. Now's the time where we go a little bit crazy. Actually, hold on. Reach over here. Oh. That's a bit unfortunate. Cool as that one would be, let's go ahead and, oh god! Oh. Oh, that's not great. I have to start over. Zan's about to die, and I didn't realize it. Okay. This is a dangerous spot, but let's... Foresight. Nope, okay, that'll kill him too. Shit. He's out of immediate danger, at least. Okay. How the hell am I going to get one of these guys out the window? And I could do this, but then I would need like 3 more. That just kills Jen. I've probably screwed this one up, and I'm going to come back to it later. Oh, wait. I meant to go back to the mission hub, but... let's continue with the story. Alright, if they're taking the chopper to Kalan, they'll be leaving from the southwest facility with the helipad. We've still got no chance against Liv, but if we get there early, we can catch some of her goon squad alone and whittle down their numbers. I thought you already beat that traffic guy back in Stonecliff. We didn't kill him. God, don't tell me you're one of those outfits that kills 100 henchmen and suddenly grows a moral compass when it comes to the fuckers responsible. No, we don't kill henchmen either. No killing. Oh, so you're not hypocrites, you're just toothless all round. Damn right. Liv won't get there till the last minute. She's never early because nothing can make her late. The rest of them will rush because they're terrified of her, so we might be able to catch them at the hangar before she gets there. Then we better gear up. Blackside hangar shortly before dust-off. Just to check, you are on board with the whole no-killing thing, right, Banks? For now. I asked because you're the only one carrying an inherently lethal weapon. My gun? That's a medical instrument. I only use it for cranial interventions. I think cranial interventions are what he's worried about. I don't fire it in combat. I never shoot anyone I can't be sure I'll have a chance to res. Okay, good. Unless I want them to die. I think that's all we're getting, Zan. So, 5 abilities in 1 turn, and finish by the end of turn 1. Okay. That is probably doable. Let's see. I think Banks is best here. So she can put a death's door right there. You're curious, by the way. Hold on. That is what the death's door looks like. And it's got, like, tentacles coming out of it to grab you if you get too close. Sedative cocktail these guys. Because we're gonna... Bam, bam... Banks is in the way. Shit. Okay, Banks goes here. Sedative cocktail the guys. Let's see if this will work. It works! Maybe Banks goes here? No, that'll put her in the way. Maybe Banks goes here. No, that'll put her in the way. Maybe Banks goes... Maybe Banks goes here. Death's door right there. You know, wait, it was Death's door right here. Sedative cocktails there. Chain bolt, chain bolt, chain bolt. Zan. Do that in another order. Be a little bit nicer to Jen. Okay. So, time boost. Time boost. Jen static blasts. And then moves out of the way. Does it again. Okay, when we breach, I want you to keep in mind this room isn't as scary as it looks. What makes you say that? Blind optimism. Are there heavies? Won't lie, there are a lot of heavies. I hate them. It should be illegal to clip someone if they're in cover. It is illegal. They're trying to kill us. Not in Liboli. If we're trespassing, there's basically nothing they can't do. That's why shady security corps like Reactor love it here. I thought it was mainly the tax breaks. The tax breaks don't hurt. Let a single teammate perform 3 actions in 1 turn, finish by end of turn 4, cause 6 total extra knockback by making enemies unsteady. That's some down. Oh, wait, hold on. Not much of a better use for this. Bingo. Here. Wait. We don't actually need to do anything to that guy. I mean, we do, but basically we can grab the intel, time boost. Or no, we do need to take out that guy, because otherwise... Jen's just gonna immediately get hit. Unless we use trauma transference onto this guy. Yeah, okay, that'll work. In fact, we can do that even earlier. Okay. There. Now, transfer any trauma Jen takes onto that guy. Jen, right there. And this guy gets shot by his sniper friend. Gale grenade to take them out. Zan comes in, grabs the intel, time boosts Jen. Jen is gonna broom breach right here. Blast. Seal the door. Chain bolt. And there we have it. And let's have Banks go in. Or wait, I'm dumb. No? It's the bank's extra knockback that I'm trying to get here that's causing a problem. It's a little bit inefficient, but we all make sacrifices for the sake of, doing confidence goals. doesn't really work either. I guess at this point we're just kind of farming sedative cocktails. There we go. Oh, wait. I almost forgot. Do 3 actions in 1 turn. Hold on, let's restart this and see if we can't do it much, much better. Because that was a shit show. Started out so strong, too. Okay. Trauma transference. Banks will... Or no, wait. We wanted to redeploy. Reach. Sedative. Death's Door. Transference. That's 3 unsteady. There's Zan's. Okay. We're at 3 on the unsteady. That didn't count, so we should not damage him with the cocktail. I've got an idea. If I have everyone take cover here... No! Alright. There we go. This one I'm not a huge fan of that, of the Banks goal, just because the number is really high, and it means that you kind of are incentivized to play in this very weird way. Like, I could have done that way faster. Oh, I don't like this. When I foresee breaching this room, they target me with something, and the vision just kind of stops there. Oh, that sounds like a neutralizer. Banks and I hit when we were getting her Arcana. Reactor have anti-magic tech? Don't love that. They can't stop you throwing stuff, at least. No one can stop you throwing stuff. Oh, this conversation. This is one of my favorites. Or no, the next one is... There's a guy in Jung who can make your arms go limp, but only after eating a lot of celeriac, and he has to stare at the floor the whole time. I don't think we'll run into him. That's the guy who can stop you from throwing stuff. Okay, let's see here. Or wait, actually... Use the false prophets. Then Banks uses transference. Bingo. My question about the celeriac guy. I think he'd probably want to be known as the limp arms guy. I don't think anyone wants to be known as the limp arms guy. My question is, how did he unlock? When would you ever desperately need to make someone's arms go limp? Maybe someone he didn't like was carrying something he wanted to break. Okay, but that's want. To unlock, you've got to need it. Maybe someone was carrying him. Away for his beloved celeriac! We don't even know if he likes celeriac. Maybe he hates it. Oh my god, now I'm sad about Limp Arms Guy! I was never not sad about Limp Arms Guy. I'm sorry, my voices for the characters are cracking because I was never not sad about Limp Arms Guy. Should we breach this door and stop World War V, or should we stop and write a book about limp arms guy? Has to think about it. Breach, I guess. I don't know why this one gets me so much, but I love limp arms guy. Right, prevent 9 reinforcements in total. Okay, so... Alright, very important question, actually. Does this count as defenestration? Yes, it does. Perfect. This is an excellent opportunity to be out of position. Swapping. Alright. Gets neutralized. Jen moves here. Jen gets neutralized. Banks tosses a death's door right here. Jen throws the grenade. And Broom breaches over to here. Grabbing the intel. And throwing 2 more people out the window. Now, Zan. Who's here? Time boost Jen. Next, he's gonna sedative cocktail him to push him a space. And he's gonna grab the intel. Now he can false prophet basically everywhere. Bingo! "30 minutes early, Bori. Someone's anxious to impress the boss." "She says H-5. I don't know what this means." "It means 5 hours out. Did you think it was minutes?" "You're early also." "That's not... I just had some packing to do." "Pack things from this hangar?" I was low on spanners. Alright, the clowns are in the roost. Jen, if we get caught by Bore's fire, anything we can do? Magical fire can burn on anything, but if it's not a fuel source, it takes focus to keep it going. The mana stockpiles and Rushwater seem to burn fine without him. I guess that's a fuel source, but people are just sacks of blood. It's hard to keep a fire going on that. So if he goes down, we stop burning. Best guess. Or I could just res you. Oh, right, we also have a Necromancer. Necromantic. What about this traffic guy? He just summons ghost cars. It's honestly not much of a problem. Bring it on, Kellen! Shit! Really good hearing, though. I forgot about that. This is one of my favorite jokes with Steve Clark, is that he can consistently just... He's the only character that can hear you talking through the doors. Right. So, have the team use 9 abilities in 1 turn, knock the Traffic Warlock into a Death's Door, use Resurrect on a teammate living or dead who has no mana left. Ooh, that's a fun one. I get to show off one of the really unique ways that Resurrect could be used. And basically, if you're playing well, you don't need to use Resurrect in order to bring back your guys. This is the way you use Resurrect, even if you're playing well. Okay. So Jen's gonna breach. No, wait. Swap here. Thanks, breaches. Cause... Oh, she's getting nullified. Shit. Work better if Zan breaches. No, whoever breaches just gets instantly nullified. Let's go ahead and time boost Jen in advance. Actually, can I do it out here? I can do it out here. Check this out. So, current situation. Banks has 1 mana. Zan has none. We can move the mana from Banks to Zan. Like this. Now Zan has 1 mana. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna go through here because I think we'll be fine. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put a Death's Door right there. Then Jen is just gonna get mild fired, run out into the middle of it, and... Oh, come on! Hack the turret. Now, unfortunately, Borikesh has gas masked. So he's fireproof. Yeah, Bori's mild-fire projectiles can arc over cover, making them all but impossible to avoid. They do no damage, but once on fire, everything you do hurts. It's sort of a friction burn situation. Yeah, gas mask is the important bit here. Immune to sedative, unsteady, and other inhaled effects until they lose this much health. So instead, I'm punching him through his own mild fire. I'm also gonna try... No. You're mildly on fire! The less lethal Pyromancer's fire doesn't hurt at first, but you'll lose 1 health every time you do anything. It's extinguished if you knock him out, or if you're resurrected. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Right. Okay, Jen's gonna move over here in preparation for another turn. Zan will move out of the mild fire. Banks will take intel. False profit there. Does this work? Yes, it does. Okay. Goes here. She needs to be... Well. Resing Zan. Actually, wait. We're going to do that first. And because he's standing up, that's allowed. Throwing a vial at Mr. Kesh. Room breach. Time boost Jen. Grab the intel. Predictive bolt. There we go, 7 done. Wait. I'm gonna send a time clone to do that. And to go get this. Can't use it to get the intel. Oh boy. I could do this, but it's probably going to... No, it's not going to kill Banks. Okay. No, bad. Okay, that kills Banks. Now, admittedly, we've basically done everything, so... Banks is gonna get knocked unconscious anyway, actually. Now that I just realized that we have no way to push her... Yes, we do. What am I talking about? What the heck happened there? Oh, the grenade pushed it that way. Okay, there's no saving Banks, but we can get her up afterwards. Somehow, that worked. Defeat Gory Cash, the less lethal pyromancer, complete. Defeat Steve Clark, traffic warlock again, complete. Secure them. Yep, we're going to wait, no, Liv's got him already, apparently. You should have killed them. What? No, who's writing this? Right, you got a perk point for Dessa. Alrighty. +1 use for Death's Door is good, and that's what I normally pick, but I recently discovered Genius Grant. Genius Grant is potentially really, really strong. Because refunding transference, that's really good, but I'm more used to using Death's Door for creative things, and I like having 2 of them. So I'll do this one first. But we'll come back for you, Genius Grant. Alright, I am unlocking Frontier Medicine right away because this rules. Jen gets East Point Knights. Zan gets full leather jacket. Hell yes. Notes bar again. Honestly, it's just a nice bar. So, they're heading to Kalan? That's gonna be a problem. Why? There's no legal way in or out, we have no contacts there, and have you seen the news lately? The capital's on lockdown with the riots. Laws are suggestions, chaos is cover. That leaves Liv's team exposed. This will be the first time they're cut off from their military support. Sounds like they at least have a safe house. Foreigners just vanish in Kalan. Shouldn't we hang back and let them run that risk? I can't. I'll understand if you don't want to risk it, Jen, but this trail, Liv's team, the war it leads to, it's the only thing I've been sure of in years. I've been in a bad place, watching the world burn from a couch, paralyzed, seeing every problem I'd caused by trying to be part of a solution. I can't go back to that knowing I had a chance to act. Alright, I get it. I always like the idea of throwing caution to the wind to make a difference, but now that we're here, I feel like I'm 96% caution by body weight. But I can get there. Thanks? I was never out. Oh, okay, what's the plan? Ask me again at breakfast. Jen's brain, that night. Oh, this bit's fun. Whoa, this is new. Hi, I'm here too now. Why am I dreaming about talking to myself? Oh god, am I self-obsessed? Well, now you're dreaming about talking to yourself about yourself, so that hasn't helped. Given that we're both criticizing you, though, I think this might be coming from a place of insecurity. Everything we've done since the age of 4 came from a place of insecurity. Want to narrow it down? Not until we clear these rooms. Ugh, because the cops represent my self-censorship or some shit. No, it's just kind of uncomfortable having a long personal conversation in a doorway. Oh, you get used to it. You're in an anxiety dream! These dig into one character's story rather than progressing the main plot. If you're not into that, you can skip the dialogue and not miss any main plot details. If you want a shorter, snappier campaign, you can skip these missions entirely from the menu. You won't miss out on any XP. You can also jump back and play them later from the missions menu. Alright. Defenestrate 3 hostiles in 1 turn. Okay. So the thing is, there are only 2 hostiles here right now. Wait, hold on now. go here instead. And we're just out of range. Good. Hold on. Actually, hold on. Gen number 1 is gonna go here. Gen 2 is gonna go here. We Gale Grenade this to get it out of the way. Then... Gen the 1st goes here. Or no, wrong. Wrong gen. Gen the 1st goes here. Oh wait, shit, which one's Gen the 1st? Fuck. Anyway, Static Blast over here, so... Yeah. And then Broom Breach here. And now we're set up. The turret's gonna be a problem, though. Oh god, it's got knocked back. There we go! Actually, no, wait, we don't want to hack the turret just yet. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're golden. Sort of. This is a bit of a tricky problem. Oh well. One more time. I've got this. I promise I have a plan. Okay. It's almost the same as last plan. But it's extremely important that the one who uses the Gale Grenade here is the one who ends up going over there. I keep forgetting, I don't want to hack the turret just yet. Now, this gen still has her grenade, so we're just gonna do this. That's 2. Gen number 2 is gonna... shit. God damn it. Okay. So turn 2, there's gonna be 3 guys in here. If I do nothing to stop them... I think I might have it. Okay. Okay, so this way neither of them have used their Gale grenades. You're fucking kidding me. Okay, there we go. There's 3 hostiles in one turn. the laptop. And move Jen to the green zone. Other Jen gets killed, but we still win. I'm always insecure. It never made me dream about talking to a clone before. What's different tonight? You tell me. Wait, are you doing our therapist? This isn't about me. Oh my god, I am never telling Robin my dream self roleplayed him. Yeah, best to hide any abnormal thoughts from your therapist so he'll like you more. That's probably the play there. Alright, you're dying to tell me. Why tonight? It's finally sunk in that you're never going home. You'd built an identity for yourself there as a PI. You clung to it. Now you're wanted in the DSR and an illegal alien anywhere else. Hard to see how you're ever going to get another license to go snooping in people's affairs. I could do it off book? How would people find you? Word of mouth. Whose mouths? There'd be mouths! I'd find mouths! I want to stop saying the word mouths. Maybe I could make cheese. Illegal cheese. Yes! That's your plan. Yes! I wouldn't say being a PI was my identity. Last time Daryl brought in a mouse, you opened a case file. You wear your license when you go for coffee. And Banks is the first person you've met in a year without telling them you're a PI, only because she was in the middle of murdering someone at the time. Even then, you gave her a business card on the ferry, I remember. Let's just get on with this. Oh, this one. Right. I remember this one. Okay. These are unsealable reinforcement doors. So, the trick for this one is defenestrate at least 100% of the hostiles you take out. So we have to get all of them via the windows. Okay. We have 8 left to go. Hold on, wait. No, wait, here. Okay, almost there. Bingo. You're panicking because you don't feel like a PI anymore, and you need that identity to feel valid. Oh, we're just getting right into it. There's a hole in your heart where your self-worth should be, and the job is just the latest ill-fitting thing you've tried to stuff in there to keep yourself functioning. Can you be Robin again, please? I like my insights with a little more compassion and a little less accuracy. I can't give you that. I'm the only person you have no compassion for. And Steve Clark. And Steve Clark. Come on, I'm asking you for compassion right now. And I don't know how to give it. All I can do is fixate on all the ways you're lacking. Pretty fucked up! Hey, imagine if you treated anyone else this way, except Steve Clark. No, yeah, I get the lesson. I'm just taking my time failing to internalize it. Can we do something less stressful, like beat up angry strangers to stop them sounding a nameless alarm in my mind? Sure, don't see any unhealthy symbolism in that. Turn 3, okay. I remember this one. It's, tricky but not impossible. So basically, right, we have 3 turns to take out 5 guys. And we have to seal the doors. Do we? I don't seem to be spawning anything. Okay. So... one gen goes there. The other one can go here. And static blast her over. No, wait, hold on. Better to use the grenade. No, wait, that's not right either. Shit. Wait, hold on. If I move as far forward as I can, then static blast this guy, then move again, then breach again, then I can get to the turret next turn. Now, we're hacking the turret. Actually, before I do that, now we hack the turret. Meanwhile, other gen will grab the intel, room breach over here, chain bolt, chain bolt, chain bolt. Okay, so you think I shouldn't be clinging to my job to fill the hole where my self-worth... I mean, I do hear it now. But, like, do you have a better idea for something I can shove in there? Because I've tried leaving it empty, and that does not pan out. Does it count for anything that you're a fucking Storm Witch? Not really. I don't exactly feel special in a team like this. For what it's worth, in an early beta, 87% of testers said you were their favorite wizard to play as. I was actually part of that beta. Well, I make it sound more exclusive than it is. It was an open beta. And... Actually, this might be a different beta, but either way, I was part of a beta where you had to send a survey, and I remember it asking in the survey which wizard was your favorite to play as and which wizard was your favorite as a character. And it's easily Jen for me in both of the ones in, at least from the demo. In terms of characters, Dessa Banks is very competitive with Jen. They're both absolutely fantastic. But in terms of gameplay, oh, Jen's easily the most fun. Are the fucking stage directions talking to you now? We've buffed the others since then, but you were also their favorite character as a person. That sounds like it would be validating if I could process it, but I'm not in the best place to shatter my concept of reality right now. Thanks, though! Don't you think that everyone deserves to feel loved, valued, and worthwhile, except Steve Clark? Oh, absolutely, except Steve Clark. So you should too, right? Sure, I'd like to, but it's like telling me, don't you deserve to make 80K a year? Maybe, but for some reason it ain't happening. You're a nice person, you try to help people. I do! That doesn't make you feel worthwhile? It actually kind of does for like 20 to 40 minutes, it's a nice feeling. But there's some kind of leak in my ego, and the validation drains out faster than I can cram more in. Alright, that's all I had. What? Those are all the reasons I could think of that you might be worthwhile. You shot them down really well. I thought you were breaking me down so I'd be receptive to the hard-to-swallow but ultimately character-developing solution. Nope! Well, this little bout of introspection has left me in a great place. You think your confidence is low? I'm in a Jen Kellen self-doubt dream, and I just found out I'm not even the main Jen Kellen. That is rough, sorry. Look, this might sound radical, but it might be you can't entirely solve your lifelong emotional damage by talking to yourself in a fucked-up combat dream. Ugh. We could do some fucked-up dream combat, though, right? We absolutely could. Make a Steve hit another Steve with ghost traffic. Oh boy. Actually. What we're gonna do here is basically just, keep dodging the Steve Clarks. Actually, wait. Let me check something. Okay, that does work. We don't have to do anything for the make Steve Clark hit another Steve. Get fucked, Steve! Done. Unique perk acquired. What Jen's anxiety dream lacked in actionable mental health takeaways, it made up for in the number of people she can now electrify with a single chain shock. We now, for free, get the upgrade Super Chain. If you have 2 mana to spend, you can chain through double the base amount of targets. Meaning that our maximum 3 chain can now go up to 6, as long as we have enough mana. Got more challenge maps. And we've now completed Act 2 at about 5.5 hours. Hi, Aurora. Hello. It's also midnight. But it's not too far into Act 3 that we're introduced to wizard number 4. And man, do I want to introduce wizard number 4. So, let's go. In 5.5 hours so far. I know. The break, extraction, resistance. Chapel still runs supply trains from Libolian to Kalan. They leave from this cargo depot outside of Aldo. We stake it out till a Chapel train comes in, let them load up, then jump on the back after it leaves the station. Won't it be moving kind of fast? So it's in a super last bit. Lovely. Now, freight trains take a minute to even reach walking speed. You a train nerd? I was a Navy Seer. This isn't my first train heist. But yes, of course I'm a train nerd. Aww. I didn't buy this needlessly accurate miniature freight train because I thought you guys would need a visual aid. Okay, good, because that did seem patronizing. Won't they just find us and stop the train? Right, we need control of the train before we go loud. Jen, the cab at the front should be breachable, but not from the ground. Can you draw a breaching glyph on a flyby? It's never come up, but I'm excited to be living the kind of life where I find out. I'm chalking that up as an extremely stressful unknown, but it's still our best bet. Wait, you said the thing's only moving at walking pace? No problem, Shania only shakes when we get near Mach 1. Okay, later I absolutely need to know why you call your broom Shania, but now does not feel like the time. Once you get in, you'll politely eject the driver, disable the emergency stop system, and we'll work our way towards you from the back. What if we have to wait a boringly long time? That's the human cost of this operation. I've got a good audiobook on the role of Molasan anti-tank monks in World War IV if you want to borrow. Is it about their human stories and the cultural context, or more, it's entirely about the craft dynamics of armor penetration? I'll just stare at a train station, thanks. I'll take the book. Alright, got it. Ultimately, we are gonna have to fight a whole train full of chapel forces, right? Sure, but a train is just a series of rooms. And you think we can clear any series of rooms? Well, we're 3 not incompetent wizards who have breached some moderately hostile rooms without dying unrecoverably yet. I think I actually lost confidence from that pep talk. Liv always did these, I don't have the swagger. Freight train to Kalad. No stops, no refreshments, no tickets. Jen, we're in position. We clear to breach? 1 sec! A loud static blast from the comms. Okay, yep, emergency brakes disconnected. Go nuts. We'll probably go carefully and quietly. Banks is shaking her head vigorously. But thanks. Alright, redeploy. Zan just wants no one to get hurt. But with Banks, we hit 2 enemies with a single spectral skull. Actually, wait. And then we just do it again. Or wait, no, hold on. And we will predictive bolt right here. And get everyone to the green zone. One car down. Sit tight till we get there. Don't engage alone. Right! Yeah, that would have made a lot of sense! Okay. Here instead. Okay. See here. Oh, new enemy. This guy's a bastard. So, if they see you attack one of their flock, they'll shoot you immediately. These guys have crazy reflexes. Observe. Okay, so instead, what we're gonna do is take out this guy first. Or, an alternative thing we can do. First off, we can basically do this. In fact, I think that's the play. Oh, wait, hold on. No, that's not gonna work. Ah, but it will. If I do this. Rafa Marcos 5998. Hello. Looks like it's your first time in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh. I'll be honest, I don't recognize your username, and it says it's the first time chatter here, so apologies if I don't know who you are, but welcome to the stream. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, there we go. Jen, we've hit a security door. Any chance you can open it from the control room? No, but there's a console 2 cars up train that'll probably do it. That's not much use to us from the other side. Then it's all down to your cool witch friend who's bad at waiting and already went to there. Okay. Alright, managed to stun him. 2 hostiles in 1 turn, done. And we open the door. Don't need to take out all the enemies. Sounds just fine to me. Okay, hold on. Came to Copper Dinosaur stream once and I saw you play. Don't get to catch most USA-based streams. Oh wait, hold on. You're the person that I had a conversation about with Indian mythology. Okay, I think I do remember you now. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, no, I actually usually tend to stream pretty late. It sounds like what's going on is that, if it's like midday or so for you, it's like late evening for me. For me right now, it's actually midnight. Actually a little bit after midnight, 12:16. But yeah, this is my normal, like, tend to be streaming time, especially with Book of Hours. Those can go, very, very late. So, you know what? Hold on. There's the link to my Discord, if you want to join. That'll let you know exactly what days I'm streaming, but it very rarely changes. I stream Book of Hours on Wednesdays, and I stream other things usually on Sundays and or Mondays. Usually board games on one of those days. This is a week where we're doing board games on a Monday, so I decided to do something else on Saturday, not Sunday. Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Mondays. I can't talk. But yes. We would love to have you, because I remember we had a great conversation. That was fun. All right, so okay, how do I do this bit? Oh, that doesn't work. I know I don't need to do it like this, but... Wait, does this work? Works fine enough. If you're in the next car anyway, Jen, we could actually use a hand in here. Ignore him, we're fine. There in a sec, save me a time boost. Okay, so Jen's gonna show up next turn. Oh, actually, I have an idea. Okay. Zan just wants us to have all team members conscious. Bingo! Okay, that's a little known secret here. If you put a time clone in the only valid path that the Shepherd has, he'll shoot the time clone trying to get to you. I start the turn? I'm gonna grab that intel first. Move. False Prophet. 3-bolt burst. There we go. Now I take cover. Alrighty, gem time! Not what I want to do. Reach to here. Move. Actually, wait. Okay, first off, Banks needs to get out of the way. Got it? No, that throws her out the window. She has to be, like, here. That makes that not super possible. Okay. Push Banks back. That way no one gets in. And reach over here. Move. Zan tosses a time boost. And then we're gonna chain bolt. Bam. 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 Dan grabs the intel. And he's gonna toss another time boost. And another. First one, just gonna hit that guy. That allows Jen to move again, and then the second one throws that guy out the window. Check something. No, yeah, I can't do anything funky with Zan, because otherwise he's out of position. Death's Door goes right there, and we just 3-bolt them in there. Bingo! Board and secure the Stoic? Complete. Enter Kalan? Complete. Have any concept of where we are? Pending. Daryl! Hi, Daryl! Mandana Kalan. More central than we expected. We focused a lot on how to get on that train, maybe not enough on where we'd get off. I was kind of banking on an out-of-town supply depot. Let's focus on achieving the out-of-town part fairly immediately. Finish the level without letting any enemies attack. End of turn 2, 3 enemies with a single skull. Alright, I think I can do the skull from here. Oh wait, shoot. Bam. Bam. There we go. Single turn, 3 enemies with a skull, no enemies got to attack. Oh, here we go. We've got an... Oh, this feels a lot more like XCOM 2 than Into the Breach for me, which I like. It's interesting. It's kind of a combination of both, right? Because, gameplay-wise, it is much more Into the Breach. It's a lot about movement and about knowing what your enemies are about to do and having pretty perfect information, as well as rewinding a lot. But Into the Breach is very, I would say, clunky, which is not a bad thing. I actually like the clunkiness. It makes it feel like you're really piloting mechs. But I feel like the mecha sort of aesthetic of Into the Breach, right? It hamstrings a little bit the craziness of what you can have the characters doing. And having the characters be wizards makes them, significantly more able to do crazy shit. Fuck, I don't know if we can take 4 of those things. I had no idea Chapel Street presence was this heavy. Feels like we walked into the tail end of a clash. Alrighty. Jen, defenestrate 2 hostiles in 1 turn. Banks, hit 5 enemies with a single spectral skull. Dahl, have Dahl deal a total of 10 knockback. Who is Doll? Okay. Let's start off with Banks. It was 5 enemies. Oh, come on. You have to be basically pixel perfect for this one. Now, hold on. Okay. The fact that I'm clicking the mouse is actually moving it out of position just barely. Or no, come on. Okay. Maybe from the other direction? Let's see. Oh, that's much easier. But wait, hold on. No. No. It has to be this group. Come on. Actually, I suppose it doesn't super matter if I do this. But, wait, I know, I wanted to get this group. All 4 of those guys. Hail grenade this guy. Hail grenade this guy. Move here. Bam. 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 That's 2 hostiles defenestrated. Dan will grab the intel. Banks will grab the intel. And, yeah, we really can't deal with these guys. These guys are, gas-masked, armored, they are stable, they've got tons of health, and there are straight up just no real... Hold on. I suppose I could... No, that's not enough to get Jen to the reinforcement door. It's not worth it. We'll save those. Alright. Get inside! I've got this! Appreciate it, but we don't really have it inside yet. Then get out of the curfew zone! Okay, but we're gonna help you first. Sorry! Dal Sabin, the rebel riot priest. You've all heard of her, a resistance icon using the armor of her chapel oppressors against them. She might be the only thing that hits harder than they do. Alright. Dal is really, really fun. I'll tell you that for free. Okay, so first off, that's just free. In fact... Wait, no, I don't have a thing. Why don't we move to here? Damn. There's Jen. Now, Dahl's use of mana is extremely simple and extremely effective. Swap. Zan will send out a false prophet. And then predictive bolt. Banks will, Banks will do this. Actually, no. Wrong one. That one. Because Dahl is about to be hilarious. Oh, but that does stop that from happening. Let's go back a bit. Okay. Okay, Banks is gonna start off here. Spectral Skull is 3. Still a bad idea. In that case, I'm gonna just... I can't do nothing. I'm gonna swap with this guy. Now that doesn't work either. Swap. Wait, I've got an idea. Alright, let's start over. We don't actually need to seal that reinforcement door. It's probably not worth it. Instead, let's focus on actually using Dahl's abilities. That guy's free. Okay, here we go. Predictive Bolt. Dahl's gonna move right... No. Zan will move here. And set up Predictive Bolt. Dahl. Move here. Throw the riot block right here. Anything knocked into it takes 1 extra damage. Or no, hold on. Swap in. That happens. Blocks off his move forward. And now we just do a little transference trickery. And we are golden. We don't move there. Thanks is gonna move back here. Stop hitting yourself, idiot! Oh, that was a mistake of an area you went to. I don't even need to do this, but I'm gonna. Hi, base! Alright. Oh, hold on. Bingo! Oh, they want me to have Dahl do even more knockback. Okay, in that case, grab the intel. That's door. Charge here. Swap with Zan. Actually, no. First off, move some mana to Zan with a res trick. Have him time boost Dahl. The same feeling again on a bunch of my modded XCOM runs where you have to dance around units that outmatch you on paper. Exactly, yeah. That is absolutely what this is. The enemy has overwhelming ability to hurt you, but their things do damage. That's the thing. One fun thing that I mentioned before, but Jen is one of the best damage dealers on the team, and none of her abilities actually do any damage. It's all knockback. But because she's got so much knockback, she's usually the one that's, you know, taking care of guys. Knocking them out of windows, knocking them into things, just pushing them around into stuff to do knockback damage. She's effectively your frontline assault unit. Not the guy with the gun. Zan actually has a damaging ability, but he's not nearly as good at using it as Jen is at using hers. Alright, and now... swap, and... delete that guy from existence, doing a total of 7 knockback. For the record, charge, straight line at the target, knocking them 1 square for every square you traveled, so long run-up equals more knockback. Sensor Slam does 3 damage and 1 knockback. You don't use this nearly as much as you use charge, but it's nice to have. Swap locations with any person you can see, and throw a low barricade that blocks movement, can be used as cover, and does extra damage to things knocked into it. You can pick it up again if you move next to it. I like simple turn-based, 3 to 7 health, movement tech games. That's good game design. I haven't played XCOM. Is it like that? XCOM's a lot different. I would say XCOM is more about... And admittedly, I haven't played XCOM a lot, but from what I've seen so far, in this game, you pretty much always have perfect information because of the foresight. Whereas XCOM, you have to actually, like... you have to work with imperfect information. You don't know when aliens are going to spawn or where. You don't know where aliens are on the map at the beginning. It's covered in fog of war. And each time you restart the mission, if you are like doing any sort of save scummy stuff, it actually re-rolls some stuff at the beginning of the mission for a lot of them. At least for the missions that you get randomly. So it's a little bit harder to do that because you're dealing with a different mission each time. XCOM's a game much more about living with your mistakes. This game is not really about living with your mistakes. You can constantly restart. I also wouldn't say that XCOM's particularly focused on movement tech, though that may be more of a thing in XCOM 2. It sounds like Rafa Marcos is more familiar, so Marcos. Can I call you Marcos? Is that the correct shortening? What do you think like the core of XCOM is? What would you say about it? Hopefully you're still here. But yeah. 5 reinforcements in total, finished by end of turn 2, 5 slam damage with 1 charge. Okay. You nailed it, working with imperfect info. Cool! I was right about what it is then. Cool. That's the main reason, right? Oh, hello, Sully.
Hey, how goes the Defenestration Chronicles?
Well, this room doesn't have any windows, so...
Ah, good luck with that.
Technically, we can still defenestrate. There's just these, like, potholes in the sidewalk. Alright, let's see here. If I just do this...
I mean, hey, Defenestration is Defenestration.
Oh, right, Dull also has 1 armor. Nice. A lot of movement in XCOM 2, that's one of the major changes from Enemy Unknown. Yeah, I haven't played XCOM 2. I've only played Enemy Unknown, and I'm trying to finish it before I start XCOM 2.
From my perspective, the only one that exists is XCOM 2, because that's the only one I've literally ever seen anybody talk about. It's like any predecessors in the series just never existed. It manifested as XCOM 2.
The thing is, not only is there an XCOM 1, Sully, there's an entire earlier XCOM series that the new XCOM games are actually remakes of. Or more like a reboot. Basically, there's a bunch of really old XCOM games, starting with XCOM UFO Defense. And there's like a whole series of them. I think there were like 3 or 4, although some of those might have been like expansion packs instead of full new games.
Remake, reboot, rewind, who gives a hoot? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off with that. I just thought about that in my head and I was really proud of the rhyme.
There was UFO Defense, Terror from the Deep. Was that it? I could have sworn there were more than just those 2. But, if it was just those 2, then, yeah, it got rebooted by Firaxis into... and yes, rebooted by the Civilization people. I think... Actually, were they the ones who originally made it? I could see that, because... Firaxis were, like, very prolific with games back then. I've been meaning to play more old games. I'm a big fan of them. I've recently picked up the first 2, or I say the first 2, the only 2 Star Control games that matter. And when I say the only 2, I mean the only one, Star Control 2. But yeah, UFO Defense, Terror from the Deep. Then it got rebooted into XCOM Enemy Unknown, which got, I think, a DLC called Enemy Within. And then there's XCOM 2. And then there's Chimera Squad, which, as far as I know, is the one we don't talk about, basically. They were going to reboot Terror from the Deep in XCOM 3, but then they did Midnight Suns, which flopped. I know there was XCOM Legends, that was like the mobile gacha that also flopped. And then
they made a gacha.
Yeah, they made a gacha. And then there was Chimera Squad, which is not good.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah?
Pray for the Snakes gamers. It has been snowing since I woke up, and it is slated to continue for like a day and a half still. It cold. It very cold. It's like 6 degrees outside.
Yeah, I've been getting pretty constant weather warnings. There's a snow event where I am, too.
I also hear a cat who's whining a lot, so I'll be right back. You have fun with your pothole defenestration.
I actually had something else to tell you about, like, XCOM, but... So... Okay. Never mind. If he's back, he's back. If he's not, he's not. Chimera Squad is worse than not good. It's almost good. Yeah, You're absolutely right, by the way. That is much worse. If something is bad, you can just, like, oh, it's bad. You can even kind of have fun with something being bad, but if something is bad in a way that is, like, tantalizingly close to good, it's so much more frustrating. Okay. Oh, looks like we got ads.
I'm back with the baby who is crying, and y'all, the parking lot does not exist. It's just a field that has cars mysteriously standing in it.
Oh god. Not sure anyone heard that. We're on ad break, but... waiting for that to end.
Seems to have ended from my end. End.
Alright, gotcha. I think what I said got eaten by ad break, but you're absolutely right, Marcos. Chimera Squad is worse than not good, it's almost good. That is so much more frustrating than something just being bad, because if it's bad, you can dismiss it as bad and even sometimes have fun with it. But if it's close to good, Hey, Sully, fun fact about, actually, I have a question for you, and it's related to XCOM Chimera Squad, right? Here's a hypothetical.
Hypothetical.
Actually, did I show you that video on Chimera Squad?
There's a non-zero chance that you attempted to, and I checked out for all of it.
Fair. Okay, so here's a question for you, right? Let's say that in our world, aliens came down, and they took over the world, they enslaved everyone, they were, like, turning people's families into goo, and then, humanity managed to, like, and this was going on for, like, several years. Most of the Earth's population was gone. Other than that, like, other than the people who died, there were people who were, like, effectively living in camps. All that shit. But humanity managed to come back, make a counterattack, blow up the alien mothership, and take the world back over, right? This is our hypothetical, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, imagine the aliens came up and said, like, oh shit, we're so sorry. Most of us were being, like, we were all being mind-controlled by, like, the guys in that mothership. And we totally didn't mean to do any of that to you. Please forgive. Do you think that humanity would forgive them?
I think that our worst mistake would take to the skies. So long, hydrogen bomb.
Alright. Let's assume that somehow humanity did forgive them. And remember, the snake aliens are all female and have tits. Okay, that's fair.
That's one of the few things that I do know.
That's fair. That is a very good point that is an important point on the humanity forgives the alien side.
Yeah, that is one of the few things that I do know. It is culturally important to me.
Yeah.
I know what I'm about. So anyways, let's say that for some stupid fucking reason, humanity does forgive and forget.
Right. How long do you think that would approximately take? Like, how long before humanity, is comfortable living side by side with aliens and working cooperatively?
The country of Japan still has nightmares about the bomb, and it's been 80 years.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you correctly. Did you say 5 years? I think you said 5 years.
Die.
Alright, time boost. Gonna throw the riot block.
Like, I'm sorry, I did not mean to direct that at you specifically, just as a general sentiment that seems unwise.
Yeah. Remember, one of the aliens who can mind control people almost says that he doesn't regret being part of the regime. Jesus Christ, I didn't even know that part!
Oh, great. Fucking... Psycho Mantis Hitler. Sure, why not?
It's
Because that was
Sorry.
Because that was definitely on my bingo card tonight, yeah. Let's get back to playing Endfield in the background.
Gotcha. Alright. Now, I'm gonna Gale Grenade myself backwards with Jen. Doll is gonna swap with Jen. Toss the riot block. Zan time boosts. Actually, before
Jen was the Fire Witch, right? The crazy arsonist.
No, the Storm Witch. What? Fire Witch? There's not a Fire Witch in this game.
Wait. I think I might have gotten Fire and Storm mixed up. As for how, don't ask. Don't ask.
Sully, did you confuse
Please don't ask.
Did you confuse the 5 characters from this game for the 5 characters from Warhammer 40K, or no, so Warhammer Fantasy Vermintide?
I think that you can shut mouth.
But yeah, no. Jen is not... I would not call Jen crazy. She is just insecure. And she's a Storm Witch. Alrighty. So... Jen's gonna go over here, seal the door. That guy's down, and Dal gets the slam damage. Actually, hold on.
So anyways, definitely not Vermintide Gaming up here in the Wizard Defenestration Center.
Yeah. Okay. I think I've got this. So... Or wait, hold on. There we go. Throw the riot block. Do the charge. Okay, we can do that, which means what we can also do is put a death's door right there. Throw that guy into a death's door. And basically finish the whole thing. Bingo. As I said, the game is almost good. Yeah. God, I love that animation. It's like, Dust is just like, I don't really want to jump down that swap. Mission complete. Survive the streets of Kalan. Well, it was technically all one street. Survive a street in Kalan. Complete. Make contact with the resistance. Oh, we're pretending we planned this? Okay, sure. "30 meters below." Right. Who the fuck are you and where'd you get your death wish? Hey, I'm Jen, this is Zan, and that's Banks. We're tracking a team of Black Ops wizards who are burning mana reserves, possibly to start a war. Well, you're not Chapel, that's a good start. Why so sure? They'd lock you up for the outfits you're wearing. They're not above spies, but foreigners casting spells in the streets disproves what they say is biologically possible. Forget legal. That's fucked up. Tip of a fucked up iceberg stretching down decades. They say only Kalanis can cast? Only the Chapel anointed. Used to claim magic was a foreign lie till they figured out how to control people with it. Now they invented it by attuning with the Pantheon. Either way, if people don't believe they have power, they never push hard enough to find out. Any other biologically impossible foreigners shown up recently? No word, but I'm not intel. If you're here to stop a war, you came at the right time. The Chapel are about to invade Mediel. They've been threatening that for years, though, right? It's happening. Announcing in Friday's sermon. Oh shit. First Chaplain's gonna declare war on the heretics, and the Resistance is gonna lose a decade of blood-bought progress. How does it hurt the Resistance? Kalani solidarity. That's why they're doing it. We're finally starting to expose them, and this is their nuclear-scale distraction. The crusty old nationalists will crow for everyone to come together for the war effort. The moderates will say it's not the time to focus on our differences, and every twisted bone we've exposed of the Chapel's true nature will slide back under the comfortable fat of national unity. Graphic. I've had to explain it a lot. Jen glances at Zan. He nods. Look, I don't know if your war is the same as ours yet, or if they're even connected. If you've got a plan to stop it, you're one up on us. Definitely not relevant at all. I have 25 years of Special Forces experience, Jen's the best investigator I know, and Banks can raise the dead. How can we help? Glad you asked. Alright, new character! So we've got a Navy Seer, a Freelance Storm Witch, a Necromedic, and a Rebel Riot Priest. She doesn't have, like, a traditional table. She's, like, propped up her Riot Shield. Oh, no, there's a table under there. It's, like... Okay, it appears to be... balance, like, it's a flat surface of some sort that's just balanced on and clamped to. You can see, like, the clamps there. Like, joist of some sort and a tire. She's got batteries, she's got tanks of something, a welding mask, which she was wearing earlier. She's apparently roasting some marshmallows over a burning barrel. Awesome. She's put down that sensor mace that she's got, which, for the record, is using, like, tear gas-ish grenades. It's so cool. Fights in tight spaces, nights in tight spaces. I'm aware of it. I've never played them. I'm not a huge fan of deck builders. And it looked like that might be what the Tight Spaces series is, so I haven't picked it up yet, but I plan to eventually. Because I might be wrong about it. Alrighty. I'm gonna grab Rampage. Zan gets Conviction. If the shot knocks someone out, it can be used again this turn. Also, new outfits to check out. Doll looks really, really cool. I love that. I love the whole riot priest vibe. And yeah, the tear gas sensor is just amazing. So this is Defacer. We have Roadblock, which is yellow. Gilded, which is black with gold highlights. Whiz-Tack, which I'm not even sure what I'm looking at here. It's like a armored tabard. Scrapper, that looks fucking sick.
And yeah, I can confirm that that would most likely have been considered a tabard.
Yeah. I've played fights, haven't played knights yet. And there's a locked one called Ascender. God, I still love the med school outfit. We do have a plan. One shot to throw a wrench in the war machine before it rolls out, and we need all the meat on the streets we can get. If you want to be some extra gristle in the chapel meat grinder when we hit them tomorrow night, you're in. Sell it well. Not a recruiter. I'm a symbol of vengeance and 100 pounds of Sedonite armor. Back me up or don't. Alright, meant that in a kind of playful tone, but I might have misread the rim. Wait, the chapel use Imperial? Yes. Let's put these fuckers in the ground. What's the mission? Chapel of the Closed Fist. The heart of their military operations, and it's where the first chaplain takes strategy meetings. Agent we had on their janitorial staff was blown last week, but we believe the last recording he made is still at his dead drop inside. This close to the announce, there's every chance he caught the first chaplain discussing their real reasons for invading Medeal. That's the one thing that might be explosive enough to derail the invasion, so we get that recording at all costs. Game plan? The Closed Fist is a fortress. We throw everything we've got. I'll lead the brute force contingent to raise hell at the front gate, and once they move their defenses to deal with us, Group 2 storms the side entrance and shoots their way through to the dead drop. What's this building here? Nothing, that's just a church. And these are all windows? Yeah? Why? Can I make a suggestion? Wish you would. Don't waste your distraction at the front gate. They're already strong there, they won't need to divert much. Even your distraction should make them sweat. They won't sweat this church, there's nothing there. Not the church, the side entrance. Send everyone there, but don't go in. You don't need to. With that many people at a weak point, the threat is enough. They'll have to defend it. Dell's eyebrows are trying to decide if Zan is stupid. You do understand that we need to get inside the building to get the recording, right? That's us. We breach that church, get to the second floor, then Jen can cross the facility straight through these windows, grab the recording, and get out. No one even touches the rest of the facility. Not impossible, but I can't let you take the recording. Too important to trust to a stranger. Well, you've got Craft. Out in the streets, we saw you teleport. How does that work? What's the limit? Line of sight, need a target to swap with, range maybe 200 feet. Then you come with us. We get you to the window, you swap in, and get the recording yourself. You're overqualified as a distraction anyway. Might be the sleep deprivation, but this isn't sounding crazy yet. I'll run it by command, but they won't love who it came from. There's something we don't know about the situation. Set us straight. If it's a question of operational expertise, Zan's been doing this for 25 years. I genuinely don't know of anyone clocking that much Spec Ops experience without dying on a Spec Op. I'll relay it. Not gonna do that little sales pitch, though. That shit won't fly with the cell. Your choice. You had to make it about my age. In a nice way! This time! Just some church right by the Chapel of the Closed Fist. I'm seeing more gunmen in here than I'm used to in a church. We're in the militarized district. We'll hit worse. What's with the golden arms? Absolvers. Chapel found a guy who could make people invulnerable, locked him up, now they force him to enchant those sleeves with the same power. They're vessels? That's meant to be a once-in-a-lifetime gift. You can't battery farm them. Chapel found a way. Last I heard, they get 20 a week out of him. It's horrifying. That's how they treat people with Craft. Mid to low tier on the list of reasons I won't let them take me alive. And let's do this quick and clean. So now we've got these guys who are, doing protector beams that make you invulnerable. Knock out all enemies and reinforcements, use the laptop to open the security door, deal with all enemies by the end of turn 1, and destroy 2 weapon caches. Alright. So. Reach. So, first things first. Now that I've actually seen how missions start, I see why people compare this to Chimera Squad. Yeah, but the thing is that the dialogue in this game is actually really good. Oh, hold on. Hack. Boing. Banks can go here-ish. Put a death's door right around there, I guess? Alright, bam, bam. No, wait. It was bam, bam, bam. Bingo! Take a little bit of... Oh, wait, no. We need to all be at full health. You know what? I'm just gonna take that one. And I'm just gonna kill and res Jen.
Hello.
Ah, hello.
Hi.
I...
Season's eatings.
Okay. Free vault burst right there. Well, I didn't even realize there was a window there. Oh, shit. There's a shepherd there. Okay. Let me check to see if this works. Okay, so being invulnerable does not prevent you from being tossed out a window.
You may not be able to kill me, but defenestration is my bane.
Bingo. I'm coming up on the windows, but the route's crowded. Want to raise some hell to draw them over there? Happy to. We're outside a big fire pit. Is that important? The hallowed hearth? A rare laugh. Yeah, safe to say they'll send some folks to protect that. And we'll hold it till they run out. Appreciated. Right. So the challenges in this one are hit 6 enemies with a spectral skull, defenestrate 2 hostiles in 1 turn, and 9 different abilities in 1 turn. I also just want to mention, one thing that's really cool about this is there's a sort of a... There are actual difficulties, but there's also sort of an interesting, almost modular difficulty. Because the thing is, right? If you ignore the confidence goals, these levels are not particularly hard. You can kind of just go in, do whatever, and pretty much be fine. But trying to complete all the confidence goals makes the levels significantly harder, especially if you're trying to do them all at once. And that kind of allows you to select your own difficulty on a level-to-level basis. Okay. What I remember is that this one's tricky. I start off not by doing that. No, okay, that counts. That counts as getting hurt. Well, first off, okay, where could I Spectral Skull that many of them? I think Banks has to go like here. There's 8 people, and we need to hit all but 2 of them with the skull. And unfortunately, those are all windows. The skull will just go straight out. That's 4 right there. Oh, that's promising. I've got it. So. Okay. That's taken out all of the absolvers in one shot. Next up, we defenestrate 2 of them. Absolver, I hardly know her! Ha ha ha!
Hey, Peter. Bingo. And that's all 3. Six enemies with a Spectral Skull, 2 hostiles in 1 turn, 9 abilities in 1 turn. I did have to use a basically needless Broom Breach, but... No, actually it wasn't needless. It got Jen in position for Zan, where he's standing, to use Predictive Bolt. Alrighty. There we go. Notably, these weapons caches, destroying them gets you mana. So Zan just got 2 mana.
And Zan having 2 mana means Jen has a bunch of actions. There's no other reason, really, to use Broom Breach here, so... Door, and... there we go. That store right there. Destroy the caches. Predictive Vault. Alrighty. Double hit to get rid of Gas Mask. Now we start time boosting. We're gonna go crazy this turn. Sedative Cocktail. We're just gonna keep doing this for as long as we need to. And there we go. We didn't even have to do the Predictive Bolt finisher. I'm at the crossover point. There's still heavy resistance, but I might be able to take him. Don't engage. We've got this building. You just need to get across as soon as you can. Doesn't sound like my style. Leave him in the dust. Huh. Fundamentally the same thing, but now I kind of like it. Alright. So, this is a bit of an interesting case. Get Dahl to the other building and retrieve the recording. Destroy at least 4 more weapon caches by the end of this turn. That might seem like it's kind of ridiculous, but... Swap works on line of sight. And now we have 4 mana. And you know what that means? Swap. Grab. run, collect recording, all in one turn. So, from these guys' perspective, we basically did what San said, just leave him in the dust. We teleported through the wall, smashed 4 weapon caches,
They
then...
blink and everything disappears.
Yeah, blink, no more weapon caches, blink again, security doors open and and she's got the recording.
Mm-hmm.
Done.
Literally just blink. Huh? Where am I? Blink. I'm in a different spot. Wait, where are our weapons?
People really sleep on teleportation sometimes in terms of, like, how terrifying it can be. The doll's power here is basically a somewhat weaker version of a character's ability from Jujutsu Kaisen that is one of my favorite abilities in fiction, Boogie Woogie, which is basically whenever the character claps their hands, 2 things swap places. It can be himself and someone else. It can be 2 other people. It can be a person and an object.
You'll never guess what happens when he claps his hand. Okay, I can just finish that sentence right there, but also consider what happens when he doesn't use his power.
Gojo from JJK.
Once you get used to it.
Like, genuinely just try predicting the guy who can turn clapping his hands into a tactical advantage, and realizing that he also has the ability to just clap his hands.
Yeah, like, there's this moment where, you know, the enemy's gotten, like, oh shit, okay, I figured it out, I should be ready for something to change when he claps his hands, and, like, a person's charging at the enemy, and it's like, okay, something about this situation is going to be different. I can't defend against the strike that's coming, I have to defend against everything else. And then he just claps his hands and absolutely nothing changes because he chooses when to activate the power, and the enemy just gets punched. It's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's not Gojo from it's not Gojo or Toji. You're thinking of Todo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame you. JJK characters have really similar names for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Gojo, Jogo, Toge, Geto.
Yeah. Toji. Tell it to me straight, Sully. Is there going to be a character later on named Jito?
Thank God, no. The closest result I get is a Naruto character.
Fair. I've got the recording. You guys in position? Yeah, and we wouldn't say no to some backup. We might have underestimated how long they could keep sending guys. Good. The more firepower we draw over here, the less they have to gun down our distraction team. The extraction van's almost in range. We can blink out any time after that. And let's make them sweat as long as we can. Ooh, this one. This one's, I remember, a tricky one. Keep your team alive till the end of turn 4, but everyone's goal is survive for 7 turns instead of 4. Basically, extraction becomes available turn 4, but if you can survive till turn 7, everyone gets confidence. Alright, so we've got a Chapel Shepherd here. This is a puzzle of limited resources. Whenever possible, do things with your basic action and not with mana.
That will never be funny to me. Just walk up to someone. Boom, they're just out the window.
Yep. Stained glass is prime defenestration material. Hell yeah, it is! I'm gonna have Banks pick up this mana because Banks is one of the few characters that can transfer mana around. As for Zan, going to Predictive Bolt. This door. One unfortunate thing is that none of these doors are sealable. Should have done the other door, actually. Oh well. Okay. Gonna use a mana here. That guy's just down. This guy should be down. Wait, okay, hold on. If we move Banks and put a false prophet here, then we can do this without losing much. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, hold on. False prophet here, actually. Also destroys the mana cache and refreshes Jen's mana that we just spent on that chain bolt, and getting the false prophet killed also refreshes Zan. Now we take on that guy. Oh god. Boy. Okay. Swap there. Yeah. Okay.
I gotta go. I'm tired.
Alrighty.
This is the latest I've stayed up in a week.
Have a good EP.
Alright.
Oh yeah. Monday's
Oh, shoot.
board game night.
Yeah, Monday's board game night. I forgot to set up the
Okay.
predictive bolt. Shoot. Huge mistake. Bye
Bye.
bye. Alright, let's use Banks to save ourselves here. Oh, right, hold on. That's not good. Okay. Thanks. Yeah? Oh, hold on. Wait. I'm going back to the beginning of this turn. There's a way better trick I can do. Alright. So we're still gonna jet store this guy because he's an asshole. But we are instead going to use Burst on him. Then we're going to have him, Predictive Bolt up. Then Jen goes up here. Blast and Gale. Right block. Charge. And then we swap with Zan, activating the Predictive Bolt. No, wait, before that, Sensor Slam, and then we do the swap. Broom Breach over here. Actually, no, I'm just gonna stay where I am and prepare to Broom Breach potentially next turn. That poisons him and also kinda stunned him. It doesn't look like he's targeting anything anymore. Time Boost Jack. Let's Room Breach and then do a Chain Bolt. Move Banks out of the way. Oh, closed loop. Cast a chain shock in which you are the final target. That's the first time I've used that. Time boost Jen again. Alright, but, probably should, have Jen breach to here instead. That way we can actually use ourselves as the conduit. Banks is gonna go up here still. Jen will bolt. No, bolt. Then herself. Then this guy. Wait, no. Bolt. And this guy. No, wait. Zan has to get out of the way, too. Well, he can. In fact... Or no, that's false prophet. I can't use predictive bolt again. Zan should get out of the way over here. It's over there. Banks actually here. Bam. Bam, bam. Room breach again, but that would cost me being stuck over there. So I'm actually just gonna take the hit. Oh. I see. Well, that guy's down. Quakeout's ready. Let's go. Or we could keep pounding them till our fists bleed. 2 valid choices! Okay. Two down. All right. I think it's probably time to use the trick. Dal now has mana again. No, that just takes him out. Okay. Banks can use the sedative cocktail elsewhere. Take out that guy, for example. Then here. Wait. Shit. Okay, hold on. I fucked up at some point. When the fuck did I sedate myself? That was a huge mistake.
Thanks for having me, Viking. I think I'm gonna go check in on some of the dweebs.
Okay, bye-bye.
Blah, blah, blah. Good night, everybody. Hope you enjoy watching the stork.
Hey, I'm probably almost done. Once I finish this level, I think that'll be it for the night. Okay. Let's try this again. that Absolver, which is way more important than just slightly damaging one of the shepherds. I'll give it to the game. That's a lot of hours playing it. Yeah. It's a good game. Okay. Yeah, hold on. I just need to do one. We're gonna death store this guy. That for now. My problems here are pretty much wait. Problems here are pretty much taken care of. False Prophet, Predictive Vault. And I'll move to a window in case of a broom breach. Opportunity. There's that Absolver down. And Dal can pretty much just, yeah. Death Store number 2. That's a wrap. Much better situation for turn 3. Bolt this door, because that looks like an Absolver coming through the other door. And... I think I have a new game to add to the tactical combat rotation along XCOM 2 and other side. I will say, this game is probably shorter than both of those games, I think. I don't know about other side, but it's definitely a lot shorter than XCOM 2. But there are a number of, there is full workshop support, so people do upload a lot of levels. And there's still quite a bit going on in this game. I would highly recommend it. Just know that it's going to be more, it doesn't have a lot of randomized maps like XCOM can. So replay value is mostly take long breaks from it, you know? Then when you come back, it'll be fresh again. Okay. There's the absolvers done. Oh, that's an idea, actually. Okay. Riot block. Charge. Sensor slam. Sand pointing down. Swap. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. Idea. I want to take this guy out in one shot. So we're going to throw the riot block. This time we're going to do things in a bit of a different order. Zan predictive bolt down. Swap. Banks throws the cocktail. Swap back. Charge. Sensor slam. Bingo. Gonna false prophet that guy again. Actually, wait. Never mind, Zan can just kill that guy. Well, not kill, but you know. Oh, he doesn't have double predictive bolt yet. Oh well. Alright, 4 mortar guys. more turns. See if this helps. Dan would also have to move out of the way. But that doesn't really help. Well, Jen could just move over here. Nope, he's still in cover. Wait, I'm incredibly stupid. And then I just move Jen back into position. Let's go back to the beginning of this turn. I'm not convinced I did this one completely correctly. This feels so doable. Zan can just do that. That's easy enough. That gets one guy up, which is the important part. Boost Jen. Down. And back. Zan's gonna bolt right here. Actually, before that... Before everything, really... We're gonna also time boost Doll. It moves. Wait. I'm gonna be getting that one anyway. No. Swap. Pick up the riot block. And I think we're good. One down. 5 turns. We want 2 more turns. I think that's doable. Bank still has... No, doesn't have any death stores left. So... Actually, wait. That's probably better to do with this. Jen. Alright, absolvers. Not the biggest deal in the world. Oh shit. We do have a shepherd though. That's gonna be problematic. Ah! but I have an idea. I haven't used this until now, but... Transference there. Static Blast there. And Mr. Shepard just killed his own Absolver. Idiot. Block there. Charge. Bingo. I had wanted to charge over and pick up the riot block, but I suppose I can just, walk. Alright, everyone survived 7 turns. Whew. Let's do as much damage as we can on the way out. Down. Down. No enemies. Let's blink. Whew. Infiltrate the church? Complete. Get Dahl to the chapel with closed fists? Complete. Retrieve the recording? Complete. Leave the militarized zone discreetly? Possible this was not sufficiently stressed to Jen. Alright. Jen's got 1 more perk point, and I know exactly what I'm using it on. +1 use for the Gale Grenade. Oh, right, Dessa. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna take Genius Grant. Righto. Well, there's 6 more chapters to go in Act 3, and all of Act 4 to get through. And it's been almost 8 hours, so I think this is a perfectly good time to leave off. Especially since it's 2 a.m. Sorry, okay. Just realized that was an ad break. So I unlocked some new perks. Genius Grant for Dessa, and +1 use of Gale Grenade for Jen. Probably grab some outfits for Dahl now. Let's do that as well. I actually really like her Wiztack outfit. I'm not a huge fan of the other Wiztacks, but Dolls is real cool. I like how it kind of shows off that, ring thingy she's got on her back. And I was just saying that, I think this is a good place to stop. We've got, I would say, about a little more than halfway, possibly, but about halfway through the game. And it has been about 8 hours. So, let me find someone to raid into, and I will see you all probably on Monday. Alrighty, let's see here. Thank you all so much for coming, everybody. I know I always say it, but I really appreciate it. Oh, actually, let's go back to the main menu real quick. So, depending on what save file you're on, you get this really cool main menu where you've got everyone lined up ready to breach the door, and all of the menu options are on the door. So when you hit play, Zan sets up a breaching glyph, and when you click on something, there's a breach. It's really cool. But yeah. Alright, let's see here. Slash raid. Looks like Carpe is live. Playing Sunless Skies. Alrighty. Thank you all so much for coming, everyone. I appreciate it lots. I have had a lot of fun playing this game. And I will see you all on Monday. Bye-bye! I forgot to actually send the raid, because that takes a little bit before I did the whole goodbye spiel, because I am slightly stupid. Alright. Bye-bye for real now. Mwah. Raid.